Data Alliance for Children on the Move annual conference. My name is Marina Manke. I represent the International Organization for Migration, a partner of the Alliance. And before we go into the program, I have an honor to also welcome our distinguished guest, the host of the beautiful country where we've spent several days already. So please, Glayson, Don Santos, representative UNICEF, the floor to you to welcome the participants of the conference.
Thank you so much, Marina. Buenos días, buenas tardes a todos que nos acompañan aquí presencialmente, pero también los que están acompañándonos de forma virtual. Es un honor y un privilegio abrir esta conferencia anual en nombre de UNICEF y la Secretaría Conjunta de la Alianza Internacional de Datos para Niños en Movilidad, IDAC, que actualmente está presidida por UNICEF. Sabemos que el hecho de estar aquí o estar conectado es un compromiso, al cual agradecemos con la grave y preocupante situación que vivimos con la niñez en situación de movilidad humana alrededor del mundo. Y lo que discutiremos hoy son soluciones basadas en datos y evidencias para los desafíos que estamos enfrentando en todas las regiones por distintas razones. UNICEF tiene el honor de presidir la alianza que nació con la convicción compartida de nuestros socios de mejorar los datos sobre niñez e movilidad humana para, a partir de ahí, buscar soluciones concretas que puedan responder a esa necesidad y a nuestro compromiso como humanidad delante de tal situación. La conferencia basada aquí en Santiago particularmente encuentra un momento duro para América Latina, donde tenemos una cantidad de desplazados que aumenta cada día. Especialmente ese país también ha vivido un flujo, especialmente de la población venezolana, de una forma bastante acelerada, pero aún con una lacuna de respuestas concretas, sobre todo lo que estamos hablando de acceso a los servicios básicos. Estamos hablando de salud, educación, estamos hablando también de los procesos de discriminación y demasiada violación de derechos humanos y también no observación práctica de los acuerdos internacionales. Por esto, las evidencias y los datos son instrumentos muy relevantes para influenciar las políticas y las decisiones que los tomadores toman para atender a esa población. A eso se suma también la crisis climática que afecta a una cantidad enorme de niños y niñas y adolescentes que por esa razón también se están desplazando de diferentes regiones. Para que tengan una idea, solamente actualmente en Chile están albergados más de 450,000 venezolanos. Más de la mitad de esos son mujeres, niños, niñas y adolescentes. La representación de Chile, de UNICEF, conjuntamente con otras agencias como la propia OIM, ACNUR y el Sistema de Naciones Unidas, está tratando de responder a esta crisis y uno de los instrumentos que estamos utilizando, especialmente con OIM, es realmente ordenar y trabajar las evidencias y datos para que los que diseñan las políticas y la respuesta a nivel de políticas públicas puedan estar bastante instrumentalizados. Junto con IEM estamos trabajando en lo que llamamos de una matriz de flujo de desplazamiento al norte del país para comprender qué es ese flujo, quiénes son esas personas y cómo se comportan, para luego tratar de responder de forma efectiva. A pesar de la importancia crítica de ese trabajo, se necesita con urgencia más y mejores datos específicos de niños, niñas, adolescentes, migrantes y desplazados para maximizar la planificación y el alcance de los programas. Con demasiada frecuencia, esos niños pasan por alto en los esfuerzos de recompilación de datos. A nosotros, que estamos tratando de apoyar a los estados a responder, no difícilmente tenemos esa barrera de que no tenemos datos calificados y datos apurados para responder de forma más efectiva. Actualmente la Secretaría de IDAC está compuesta por UNICEF, OIM, ACNUR, OCDE y la Comisión Europea. Esas 5 agencias son clave para trabajar en nexo de la protección infantil, el desarrollo de los datos y los problemas relacionados a migración, a desplazamiento. El modelo IDAC se basa en un enfoque colaborativo, reconocido que podamos lograr más si los recursos de experiencia se unen y comparten para impulsar tanto la agenda como la acción. La conferencia de hoy es una gran oportunidad para interactuar con una audiencia diversa que reúne legisladores, profesionales, académicos, representantes de la juventud, agencias de la ONU y otras partes interesadas clave para hacer un balance de lo que IDAC ha logrado hasta ahora. Mientras reflexionamos sobre el progreso realizado y los desafíos pendientes para producir datos sobre niños en situación de movilidad, aprovechemos la conferencia de hoy como una oportunidad para aprender uno de los otros, construir sobre el trabajo de los demás y allanar el camino para sistemas de datos más sólidos que capturen pruebas sobre los niños, niñas y adolescentes en movilidad. Solo a través de esa colaboración y reconocimiento de la responsabilidad compartida podemos cumplir importantes compromisos internacionales y preparar sistemas para proteger los derechos, la seguridad y la agencia de los niños tanto hoy como en el futuro. Y para finalizar, es importante que nunca perdamos la clareza que detrás de los números están niños, están trayectorias, están vidas, y que cada decisión que se toma con relación a un niño en un determinado momento de su vida es como cambiar la historia. Y nosotros tenemos la oportunidad y el privilegio de contribuir con el cambio de historias de miles de niños alrededor del mundo. Así que les invito a trabajar y a colaborar con toda energía ese trabajo que está llevando adelante IDAC y que aprovechemos el máximo de esa conferencia. Buen trabajo a todos y a todas.
Thank you so much, Glayson, for your welcoming remarks. And I think, indeed, the topic of today's gathering is very special because not only are we going to speak about migrants, and that was the topic of our work of the last 3 days, but really we want to zoom into a specific category of migrants, children. And honestly speaking about labeling people, different terms, definitions, in the end, it is about very young members of our society. It's about those who really are representing the future. It's about those who are really at the heart of every one of us. We all have children. So how can we really work together and use the time during today's session, the annual conference, so that after conclusion, we feel really satisfied that, yes, the time we spent together hasn't been in vain. So that's the whole objective of this conference, following on the excellent discussions of the very first one, if you remember, when we met in Rabat. I was not personally there, our representatives were. So there we already started advocating for the importance of working together. So because the challenge of collecting information is quite huge, and one agency, one partner working separately is not necessarily going to make the change, the impact, but together we can. I think that is the spirit of today's conference. And I'm happy to open the first session, the very first session of the conference today, which I'm going to moderate. And we have 4 speakers with us for this session, and I'm very, very happy to reconnect again with some of the speakers with whom we spent some time during the thematic session of the forum. Let me say a few words about who is going to spend this remainder of this hour for the first session. First and foremost, we welcome Mr. Mohamed Mkari, Regional Director in Morocco's High Commission for Planning. Mr. Mkari was very active during the forum and has a lot of experience to share with us from Morocco's angle. But also we would like in your face, we want to thank the collaboration with the government of Morocco, which hosted the first conference, the first workshop, which really laid down the foundation of our collaboration. And of course, beyond that, if you remember, Morocco was the one hosting the Global Forum for Migration and Development in December 2018. There I was, as well as the Global Compact for Migration Conference. So there's a lot of interesting initiatives coming out from your country. We look forward to hearing from yourself today as well. And then we will have a joint presentation from the two co-secretariat members. If you remember, so the secretariat is incorporating members beyond IOM and UNICEF, also represented by Eurostat, but also OECD and UNHCR, and all secretariat members are with us today, virtually or in present. And the second intervention will be joined by the colleagues from UNICEF and OECD, Jean-Christophe, happy to always be together collaborating, represented by you, and of course, Danson you, representing UNICEF. We will go specifically in the details of the road, what has happened since we last met and exchanged in Morocco, and what are the next steps, immediate steps going forward. And last but not least, for sure, will be with us Alicia Lelevich-Ojeda. Alicia, again, we are joining together with us at this panel. It is excellent that again the voice of the youth in your face, the Migration, Youth and Children platform is absolutely very important for us. Great. So the great panel created lots of expectations. Now let's move to the very first speaker of today, and Mohammed. Again, as I mentioned, your thoughts, your recollections, you hosted the technical expert workshop in Rabat. What are your insights on the current situation on data on children on the move? We heard from Glayson, there are challenges, but I'm sure optimistically there are some bits on progress is also happening. So over to you, your reflections and suggestions.
Merci Marina. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. C'est un plaisir pour moi de partager avec vous quelques réflexions, quelques idées et suggestions d'amélioration de la collecte et de l'analyse des données sur cette catégorie de population vulnérable que sont les enfants migrants déplacés, dans le contexte, bien entendu, du Maroc. Donc, pour que ces enfants migrants et déplacés ne soient pas laissés pour compte dans les efforts visant à réaliser les objectifs du Pacte mondial sur la migration, en particulier l'objectif 1 de ce pacte relatif à l'amélioration des statistiques sur la migration internationale, il y a beaucoup d'actions à entreprendre, mais il faut y aller progressivement dans le cas du Maroc. De mon point de vue, et partant de ce contexte, nous avons déjà un acquis très important au niveau du Maroc à travers l'adoption de la stratégie nationale d'immigration et d'asile qui a été adoptée en 2013 et qui est une stratégie humaine, humaniste, qui respecte énormément les droits des migrants, c'est son objectif, et protège également toutes les catégories de migrants, quel que soit leur statut juridique et administratif. Donc, j'ai parlé de l'acquis dans la mesure où cette stratégie qui est mise en œuvre dans le cadre d'un comité de pilotage interministériel qui est chapeauté par le ministère des Affaires étrangères et des Affaires de la Migration, cette mise en œuvre favorise le développement et l'élaboration des statistiques des différentes catégories de migrants et leur mise à jour et centralisation au niveau de ces départements. C'est très important dans tous les domaines, à savoir l'éducation et la culture. Il y a tout un comité qui concerne ce volet, la jeunesse et loisirs des migrants, la santé, le logement, l'assistance sociale et humanitaire, la formation professionnelle, l'emploi, l'insertion sur le marché du travail, la gestion des flux migratoires et lutte contre la traite des êtres humains, la coopération et partenariats internationaux et également des comités et des commissions qui concernent le cadre réglementaire et conventionnel, ainsi que l'aspect relatif à la gouvernance et la communication. Donc, c'est un acquis très, très important et beaucoup de pays africains peuvent s'en inspirer. Nous sommes très en avance dans ce cadre et c'est pour cela que nous sommes en train justement de mettre en place ce système intégré et harmonisé des statistiques sur la migration internationale d'une manière générale qui permettra d'harmoniser ces différentes statistiques qui viennent chaque jour et qui sont mises à jour par les différents départements qui sont concernés par leur production. Et nous sommes en train de faire un bon travail à ce niveau pour centraliser ce système au niveau de l'organe fondamental de production statistique, à savoir le Haut Commissariat au Plan au Maroc. En plus de cette action, je voudrais souligner certaines actions susceptibles également d'aller dans le même sens et d'améliorer la disponibilité des données concernant ces catégories de population que sont les migrants et bien entendu ceux qui sont vulnérables comme les jeunes enfants et les migrants jeunes qui sont déplacés. Donc d'abord comme action, il y a lieu de mettre en place une stratégie nationale de production et d'analyse des statistiques sur la migration internationale. Et ça, c'est un travail qu'on a l'habitude de faire au niveau des bureaux nationaux de statistiques. Il y a également une nécessité de mise en place, et on l'a commencé, des registres de population dans nos pays. C'est le cas du Maroc, on a entamé cette action et il y a l'enregistrement qui se fait actuellement au niveau du Maroc. Et en plus de ce registre de population qui permettra de suivre la mobilité de la population et de disposer de l'information régulière, fiable et mise à jour sur les mouvements migratoires, il y a également ce qu'on appelle le registre social qui regroupe les personnes nécessiteuses qui nécessitent un soutien de la part de l'État, quelle que soit la population ou les personnes qui sont concernées, les migrants ou non, etc. Donc, bien entendu, ça, il y a des critères pour désigner, pour, disons, décider si la personne est dans le besoin pour pouvoir le soutenir ou non dans ce cadre-là. Autre action, il y a possibilité d'intégrer, comme je l'ai déjà dit dans le premier jour, d'intégrer des questions dans les recensements, des questions pertinentes sur les enfants migrants et déplacés, quel que soit le statut juridique administratif, c'est-à-dire les réfugiés, les demandeurs d'asile, les migrants en situation régulière, les réguliers et les personnes déplacées de force ou pour diverses raisons, qu'elles soient économiques, politiques, sociales, ou pour des raisons de changement climatique également. Pourquoi? Parce que le 7e forum panafricain sur la migration concernant l'impact du changement climatique sur la migration, qui a été tenu en octobre dernier à Kigali au Rwanda, sous le thème « Faire face à l'impact des changements climatiques sur la migration et la mobilité humaine en Afrique, construire des stratégies d'adaptation et des communautés résilientes ». Dans l'une de ces résolutions, il a noté la préoccupation du manque actuel de données et de recherche sur le lien entre la migration et le changement climatique, en Afrique et a exhorté les pays africains à renforcer la génération de données sur les personnes déplacées, en particulier les femmes, les jeunes, les enfants, les migrants et les réfugiés et d'autres catégories, bien entendu, pour permettre l'élaboration de politiques fondées sur des données probantes. Autre axe, je crois que cette action est possible dans le cas du Maroc. Pourquoi? Parce que nous avons adopté pour le prochain recensement qui aura lieu en 2024, une nouvelle approche d'implémentation de ce recensement à travers l'adoption de 2 questionnaires. Un questionnaire léger pour l'ensemble de la population et un questionnaire long et détaillé pour 20% de la population. Donc, ce questionnaire-là permettra de détailler un peu les aspects relatifs à ces catégories de population, et cela d'autant plus que la digitalisation actuelle du travail, l'utilisation du mode d'assistance de collègues d'assistance par ordinateur et les plateformes qui sont mises en place, ainsi que les centres de gestion des données qui sont mis en place également dans ce cadre, permettront de faciliter la tâche dans ce sens-là. Autre action possible, j'en ai déjà parlé, c'est l'enquête nationale sur l'emploi, qui est annuelle et qui pourrait être encore renforcée et mieux alignée sur les recommandations des Nations Unies et du Bureau international du travail pour intégrer les questions complémentaires sur l'immigration et un module sur l'émigration et la migration de retour, tout en révisant, bien entendu, le plan de sondage de cette enquête-là pour cerner globalement les différentes catégories de migrants. Autre action possible, c'est que les enquêtes sur la migration internationale qui sont réalisées jusqu'à présent, et c'est une constatation qui concerne les autres domaines aussi, ne sont pas suffisamment exploitées en raison du manque du moyen humain au niveau des bureaux nationaux de statistiques et de l'accès difficile aux données individuelles pour les chercheurs et les universitaires et les étudiants. Ce qui veut dire qu'il y a des analyses approfondies et des thématiques particulières portant sur les enfants migrants, les jeunes, les femmes, devraient être poursuivies pour mettre en valeur les résultats de ces enquêtes-là. Deuxième élément dont je voudrais parler, c'est la dynamique, étant donné la dynamique rapide des mutations que connaissent les phénomènes migratoires. Il est recommandé également d'entreprendre régulièrement les enquêtes spécifiques sur la migration internationale dans toutes ses composantes, y compris sur les problématiques des enfants migrants. Si on peut pas les faire parce qu'ils sont complexes chaque 3 ans, chaque 2 années, il faudrait au moins les faire chaque 5 années et non pas chaque 10 années, comme c'est le cas actuellement pour la plupart des pays. On a l'expérience de l'enquête MEDIMS, qui est une enquête régionale. L'Égypte, la première enquête l'a réalisée en 2013 et la deuxième enquête, elle est actuellement en cours de préparation au niveau de ce pays, donc 10 ans après. Ce qui veut dire que c'est vraiment la disponibilité des données ponctuelles reste insuffisante pour, disons, répondre aux besoins de manière régulière. Une autre action qui me semble aussi importante, c'est la nécessité d'entreprendre des enquêtes spécifiques sur les enfants migrants et déplacés, traitant des thématiques relatives à leurs problématiques et préoccupations. La plupart des enquêtes réalisées sur la migration sont centrées sur les migrants adultes et rarement sur les enfants migrants déplacés ainsi que les jeunes. En plus, il y a lieu de réaliser des enquêtes au niveau local et régional qui font énormément défaut dans nos pays. Une autre action, il s'agit de faciliter l'accès des utilisateurs aux données d'enquête et recensement et des statistiques administratives, y compris les données individuelles, sous forme de fichiers anonymes pour encourager la recherche et mettre en valeur les données collectées, notamment en ce qui concerne la catégorie de migrants vulnérables, que sont les enfants mineurs non accompagnés, les femmes et les personnes déplacées. Il y a également le besoin de développer, bien entendu, les statistiques administratives sur la migration internationale qui sont complémentaires aux données d'enquête et de recensement et ne coûtent pas cher et permettent une désagrégation détaillée de l'ensemble des catégories de migrants. Une autre action consiste en le développement des méthodologies d'exploitation des big data pour améliorer la collecte dans le domaine des migrations internationales. Un dernier élément sur lequel je vais terminer mon intervention, ça concerne bien entendu le renforcement de la coopération et le réseautage des unités de production et de données et de recherche sur la migration dans nos pays et d'organiser des ateliers de renforcement de capacités, de formation et de sensibilisation et d'échanger les visites d'études également entre pays ainsi que les étudiants-chercheurs pour faire la promotion de ces données qui font énormément défaut dans nos pays. Je termine par là et je vous remercie pour votre attention.
Thank you so much, Mohammed. Already sharing the concrete examples of how we can achieve actual change on the ground in the context of Morocco. And again, as I mentioned, for us, collaboration with partners from Morocco is special because Morocco is also a champion country in the context of implementation of global compact for migration. So a lot of countries, a lot of partners are looking up to the experiences and specific suggestions, and I would like to follow up. You mentioned potential of capturing information on children in the census, and we look forward to collaborating in very specific actions and activities happening already in the next months and years. Before we turn to the next team from UNICEF and OECD, I also want to remind us all that we speak about children on the move, migrant children, but among them, in addition to these two types of vulnerabilities, those who maybe not necessarily have a home immediately to go to or of specific age, there might be yet another type of vulnerability in place. Children who really are not necessarily capable of engaging in the full life because of their disabilities. And I think today's launch of the soft launch of the report before the conference was very special. The numbers which are presented in the report, and that was produced by our co-partner from UNICEF, the Child Protection Unit, are really also very shocking and calling for attention to this specific category. So how can we capture information, not only Chile, but also those who require specific support in the health, from the health perspectives. So, and I believe we do have a small video about that. So I'm looking to the Secretariat team, Estella. So why don't we spend a few minutes drawing attention to that specific category of migrant children.
There are nearly 240 million children with disabilities worldwide. These children commonly face many barriers to participating in society and are among the most marginalized young populations on the globe. But what if children with disabilities are also on the move as migrants or displaced children? A new UNICEF report explores this question. While we do not have an exact count of the number of children in this situation, this is likely a sizable population. And though the data on this group are limited, there is little doubt that their rights are too often overlooked, ignored, neglected, and violated. Across contexts, from humanitarian to high income, migrant and displaced children with disabilities face serious risks and deprivations. Obstacles to accessing proper care or quality inclusive learning opportunities are all too common. Intense food insecurity and poor access to clean water might be part of daily life. And the risk of being exposed to violence is oftentimes pronounced. Stigma, discrimination, and isolations may be felt acutely by children with disabilities who have left home. In many cases, crises such as conflict and disaster, and the migration journey itself, can aggravate a child's existing impairments or lead to new ones, including mental health issues. There is much we still do not know about this group of children. More research and data are urgently needed, not only to understand their experiences, but also to ensure policies and programming protect their rights. It is time to break this harmful cycle of invisibility. It is time for data collection efforts to put inclusivity front and center. It is time for every community to offer disability-inclusive services. It is time for every school to provide environments where every child can learn. It is time for every child to live free from stigma and discrimination. And it is time for governments to be held accountable and grant the same protections and opportunities to all children, no matter who and where they are.
The words cannot say things more after such impactful pictures, videos, and let us continue keeping the faces of children as we continue our discussion, because this is the impact which we want to really produce by our joint collaboration and work. Our alliance was launched in March 2020, so it's important to take stock of what we have achieved together since that time. So I would like to now ask colleagues from UNICEF and OECD to share the results, as well as some ideas about us moving forward. Danson, I know you're joining us virtually, so please tell us about where we stand in terms of our ambitions when we met first and decided to work together, what we have done together since then. It's not a long road, but there is some time passed. So please share with us.
Thank you, Marina. Dear colleagues, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I'm very sorry for not being able to join in person the first annual conference of the IDAC. As the person who initiated the creation of the IDAC, it is quite frustrating indeed. But I'm happy to see we have many country representatives and partners in the room and also online. This event marks an important milestone for the Alliance. The idea for IDAC was born at a workshop in Morocco in 2019, following an urgent call for better data on migrant and displaced children issued by UNICEF, IOM, UNHCR, Eurostat, and OECD. At the workshop, UN agencies, countries, NGOs, and academics discussed the enormous data gaps to protect children on the move, and agreed that the best solution was to create a platform that brought multiple stakeholders to the table, where solutions to the data gaps could be forged together. We recognized that partnership was key to sustainable solutions for children on the move. And in March 2020, as Marina mentioned, we officially launched the IDAC. Unfortunately, since the meeting in Morocco, the world has not become a safer place for children. Crisis continues to drive millions of them from home, and the child-specific data are still far from complete. Next slide. The most recent numbers on children on the move are staggering. Around the globe, there are an estimated 35 million international migrant children and 36.5 million children displaced by conflict and violence, and 25.5 million children internally displaced. Crisis often takes a disproportionate toll on children's lives. In Ukraine, 2 of 3 children have been displaced. 1 in 3 of the world's stateless people are children. And 1 in 2 children live in 33 countries classified as high risk of climate change impacts. There are many frameworks that protect these children as listed here. Notably, all of them highlight the need for data that can be broken down by age and other characteristics in order to uphold the rights of all migrants, refugees, and internally displaced persons, including children. But unless we take actions to uphold our commitment to these frameworks, which includes identifying children who have migrated or been displaced in data collection efforts, children on the move will continue to face serious risks and deprivations. Next slide. When we look at migration stock data, we see that there is much work that lies ahead. As of 2020, just 71% of countries and territories had age disaggregated migrant stock data. In sub-Saharan Africa, where many children are on the move due to conflict and disasters, availability of migration data by age drops to 65%. And for other indicators, in terms of migration and displacement, we have less age disaggregated data. In practice, this means the real scale of migration and displacement among children remains unknown. We know even less about the number of children on the move at any given time, and the risks they face, such as traveling unaccompanied or separated from their families. Next slide. The road to improving this data is not easy. Challenges range from political to technical and substantive, systematic and structural. At the broadest level, when children are not prioritized in data collection efforts, their needs are likely to be overlooked or neglected. This is why using a child-specific lens in efforts to improve data is critical. To generate quality data that can be shared within a country, across regions and globally, we must employ the same definitions and methodologies. But many statistical systems suffer from a lack of standardization. This is due in part to the fact that relevant data producers may operate in silos. Data on children on the move can also be expensive to produce. And for certain vulnerable subgroups, such as irregular migrant children and stateless children, particularly hard to capture. Limited political will, time, and resources are an issue in many countries, along with competing political priorities or tensions surrounding migration and displacement issues. These hurdles may be acutely felt in low-income countries impacted by conflict and the crisis. Next. IDAC recognizes that there is no one-size-fits-all solution to these challenges. But we know that by taking an approach that builds from the ground up and brings concerned stakeholders together to pool resources and expertise, we are much more likely to generate solutions that lead to real change. So far, our collective voice has grown to include nearly 50 members, representing UN agencies and other international organizations, NGOs, think tanks, academic experts, and 22 member states. Our work is structured around 3 priorities. The first centers on building capacities so that national data systems get stronger. Objective 2 highlights the need for collaboration to create innovative solutions and methods for child-specific data work. And Objective 3 focuses on increasing the visibility, availability, and usability of data. Next slide. IDAC is a unique partnership in action. Our work is driven by the conviction that strategic cooperation is the surest way forward. We focus on sustainable solutions to data challenges to better protect children who are on the move. We aim to provide a platform for key stakeholders to convene and co-create solutions, bring together, share, and disseminate disparate data sources on children on the move, while spotlighting ongoing data gaps. Raise the need to include children's voices and needs at key global forums, and advocate for better data for children during crises and emergencies. Next. Since the Alliance was formally launched in 2020, we have raised the urgent needs of children on the move across multiple forums and platforms, and the urgent needs to fill data gaps. Today, we have organized 9 global events and webinars to discuss data challenges and improve methods, including events that respond to emergencies, like the COVID-19 pandemic and the situation of displaced Ukrainian children. And the increasingly robust collection of outreach materials, including reports, data, and issue briefs, the IDAC website continues to build the case for investments in better data for children on the move. At global and regional forums, we have consistently called for the needs of children to be firmly established in the migration and displacement agenda. Next. The IDAC has set up 4 working groups to achieve our mission. Each has set specific goals to translate IDAC objectives into concrete outputs. Working Group 1 focuses on strengthening national statistical systems. Working Group 2 is developing child-specific indicators. Working Group 3 works to improve data on internally displaced children, and Working Group 4 promotes collaboration to create innovative methods and solutions. These working groups align activities with key relevant expert groups, such as the AGRIS and the Expert Group on Migration Statistics. We have already seen encouraging progress from their efforts, which will be discussed in detail in session 3. Now I invite my colleague from OECD, Jean-Christophe, to provide some forward-looking perspectives.
Thank you very much, Danzen, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's my role to look beyond Santiago to the road ahead. And just taking a step back first, the IFMS has been, over these past 3 days, a very rich experience for all of us. I think we've been able to measure the progress we've made through our collaboration and efforts. We have more timely, more comparable, more accessible data in a number of areas. But it's also fair to say that when it comes to children disaggregation by age and sex, as Glayson said, the progress are not up to the needs. So we need to do more for children on the move. This is very clear. Looking ahead, IDAC has a number of exciting initiatives underway. Very concretely, we have 2 upcoming reports that will provide foundational information on children on the move and data collection methods and system. The first will impact the term children on the move, identifying the subgroup it constitutes and discuss which of these groups are being counted and which are being left behind. The second report will explore existing and emerging data sources on migrants and displaced children, highlighting opportunities to enhance the data through both official and non-traditional data sources, an issue that we have largely discussed at the IFMS. But 2023 will also see the publication of a second data insight publication, which will take an in-depth look at climate change and children on the move. We will also broaden our message through a number of high-level advocacy efforts. That includes, for example, ensuring that children are represented in the follow-up of a progress declaration issued by the International Migration Review Forum. And today, we will launch, or we are launching, the global pledge for better data for children on the move, and I will come back to that in a second. Well, IDAC is all about joining forces and expertise to support children on the move. The 5 founding members, the 42 other members, and more generally, regional and global fora are all partners in that effort. We will therefore continue to engage at multiple levels across sectors. We will further drive effort to close the data gaps on migrants and displaced children by linking our work to relevant regional and global processes, such as, for example, the African Union Agenda for 2063 or the European Child Guarantee, and at key forums concerning SDGs, data and statistics, and migration and displacement. In all these contexts, the right of children on the move must be prioritized and action must be taken to improve their life. But let's stop for 1 minute. I just need 1 more minute of your attention. As I said, today we are launching a very important initiative. We are launching a global pledge to improve data for children on the move. We are calling for your support and action. Together with our newest partner, the Migration, Youth and Children Platform, and Alicia, you will tell us all about it, of the United Nations Major Group on Children and Youth, we are launching this global pledge for better data on migrants and displaced children. Building on the call to action IDAC funding members issued 5 years ago, the pledge sets 4 specific activities and solutions for policy and program intervention that members can commit to. We come together as an international community and make this investment. We are not only investing in children on the move, but also in our economies, in better society at large and brighter future for all. Very concretely, we call on member states and all relevant stakeholders to commit to, number 1, disaggregate better data by age, sex, and migration status. Number 2, collect data on key issues related to children on the move. 3, make better use, very important, of existing data and share them. 4th, coordinate data collection efforts within and across border. And last but not least, make special efforts to analyze this data for policy purposes, for better life of children on the move. We encourage all member states to take part in this effort and commit to sustainable change that improve the life of children, including those who are on the move. We call on all participants today to take action and to sign this pledge today. Well, there has never been a more important time to improve data and evidence on migrant and displaced children. Today, let us set a course of action to deliver better outcomes for children on the move. It is a collective responsibility as a global community to meet the urgent material and protection needs of the highly vulnerable children on the move. They can wait no longer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Christophe. Indeed, very specific 5 actions, and they point to very concrete road moving forward. And I hope that next time when we get together, we will be able also to look at each of those actions and start measuring the progress, how we move ahead. But Alicia, indeed, let me turn to you. So as a co-director of the platform, the Migration, Youth and Children platform, which is joining our efforts, you're an active participant of multiple global processes. And I'm particularly impressed by the fact how young people like yourself are able not only to be an advocate in all the different discussions for, but also pull a big number of young people behind you, volunteers, who are supporting your action and who are also ensuring that the call for us to listen to actually people and beneficiaries with whose situation we want to improve, that we really bring you with us. And Alankrita, I mentioned that we already on another panel together. So it's exciting to have you with us. Can you please share your views, why we need to work on that, and how can these processes, IDAC conference, help us moving forward from your perspective?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Marina, for the floor, and big thank you to the IDAC team for organizing this event together. It's a real privilege to be here. The Migration, Youth and Children platform started similarly to IDAC in Morocco, which is a great incubator of ideas. Back in 2017, we are a group of young people passionate about migration issues and pushing for the inclusion of youth priorities in the GCM negotiations. We began more cohesive youth movement, as you said, at the GFMD summit in 2018, where we organized the first ever Migration Youth Forum, which was where more than 150 young people from 72 countries came together to discuss migration issues. And getting back to your question about the connection between migration, youth priorities and data. So our advocacy wouldn't even exist without data. At MyCP, we create spaces for young people and for children to discuss migration-related questions. And we collect this information, this data on their priorities, on their needs, and then present it at various spaces where migration issues are discussed. Also, after the conference, I'll be glad to share some of our reports with you all. And also in the lead up to the conference, we consulted our global constituency. We asked them about data and challenges faced by children on the move. Some responders I know that have joined online. So thank you once again for your input. Let me share a few highlights with you. For instance, asked about the meaning of better data for children on the move, majority of answers were very result-oriented, with responders highlighting that better data will help policymakers inform their approaches, make better policies. For example, one teenage migrant answered that better data means more detail that is more representative of all children and collected in ethical and child-friendly ways. What I found very interesting when asked about the use of data and statistics to address the challenges faced by children on the move, many answers focus on how we can use data not only to address current needs, current priorities of children, but also how we can use it to prevent any future risk, any future tragedies. So I think it shows commitment of young people to this prevention effort, to preventing future tragedies. For instance, one young migrant from Uzbekistan said that the goal should be to find common tendencies and predict possible future flows. That helps to prepare social programs and funding beforehand. The sample of the survey wasn't big enough to be representative of all children around the globe, which is obvious. But I think it clearly shows our interest to engage on this topic. We had over 90% of our responders believe that it is necessary for children and young people to participate in data processes. And 45% of them think that governments should urgently enhance youth participation or encourage the development of youth-led solutions in order to improve data. So the reason why we engage with IDAC, why data is so important for young people is obvious to us. Better data means better policies targeting children and youth. And regarding your second question, how to ensure that children's voices are represented, not only at this global fora, but also at national, also at the local level. Based on our experience cooperating with governments and international and local organizations as well, we came up with 3 essential steps. Now 4, because actually the first step would be for all IDAC supporters to sign the global pledge that have been just presented by Jean-Christophe. As you will see, if you read through it, one of the recommendations is to enhance meaningful participation opportunities for children and youth. So the second step would be to create these opportunities. And I think the question is always how to do it and why. So regarding why, when we actively engage people, especially those who are marginalized, especially those from silenced communities, the data collection process and also other connected processes have the capacity to enhance population's agency and communication skills. These skills, combined with data ownership, means that marginalized communities are empowered to advocate for policy change or rights. By getting children and youth involved, for example, also in the design process, you ensure that the data you will collect is interpreted in a way that better reflects the realities of their lives. This also means that whatever action comes out of it, it should be of greater benefit to young people and their communities. And regarding how to introduce these opportunities, unfortunately, there's no one-size-fits-all solution. So you'd have to review your processes, your practices in your organization, in your institution, and see which areas could benefit the most from youth participation. So now the third step. So all member states should reach out to their local youth-led organizations, because they know what they need. They know very well what are the needs and priorities of their communities. Listen to them and together agree on the scope of the cooperation. And fourth and final step, and I know that everyone loves to hear it, but you will need to allocate adequate resources for youth engagement, both human, so to have this person that is able to provide support to young people, information, but also financial, especially to ensure the participation of the most marginalized groups. Young people on the move often don't have the privilege, the time on their hands to get meaningfully involved in unpaid activities. And youth organizations are chronically underfunded, but definitely worth to invest in. In return, you will make data and policy processes more transparent and accountable towards young people, embracing the whole of society approach. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you so much. It's amazing how, thank you, how data and discussion statistics become so lively and concrete when it is shared through the eyes and thoughts of a young partner. So indeed, very specific actions and dedicating resources, I think it's very crucial. So, and that means not only by coming to conference, but really taking action to a concrete locality. Maybe it doesn't need to be big. It can be also an action initiated in a specific city, in a specific community. So I think moving forward, it would be important for us also to hear of concrete examples where availability of information really made that transformative change. It's of course important, as we heard from Mohammed, to ensure disaggregation by age in big data collection processes. But what I heard from you also, the importance of zooming into specific needs and support areas which young people and children require, be it addressing needs of people with disabilities, or maybe something which I used to also exchange with the young participants of the forum, also in Marrakesh, I remember, skills. Employment becomes very important, and all of a sudden the labor force survey becomes yet another important instrument for us also to draw attention to employment and unemployment situation of young people, transition from school to work. Yet another very important area. How does it reflect the situation of those who are not necessarily citizens of the country, those who are migrant children, those who are displaced? Thank you again, everyone on the panel. We kind of were a bit late in start, but I still want to do a scan in terms of maybe there are immediate questions or statements, suggestions before we move to the next panel. And I pass the floor to Tarek to moderate the next one. Any statement, suggestion? Remember, the main takeaway is the global pledge. This is what we are all committing to, moving out from today. Any suggestion, feedback? We move forward? No, we have one comment, please.
Gracias, Marina.
Yeah.
Buenos dias a todas e todos. É um prazer estar cá com vocês. Eu sou Tadeu Oliveira, de Brasil, do Observatório das Migrações Internacionais. Eu queria compartilhar com vocês alguns dados de Brasil. Né? Em 2011, foram 4.000 solicitudes de residência de ninhos. Em 2021, esse número passou a 30.000. As solicitudes de reconhecimento de refúgio eram 100 ninhos em 2011, 11.000 ninhos em 2021. Com as madres passou o mesmo, né? Um câmbio muito grande de ingressos, de entrada de mulheres e de ninhos em Brasil. Esses são basicamente venezuelanos, bolivianos e paraguaios, né? Vivem em Roraima, São Paulo, Amazonas, Santa Catarina, Paraná e Rio Grande do Sul. Nos últimos 10 anos, entraram em Brasil 218.000 ninhos. E estariam na escola 106.000. O que passa em Brasil é que uma grande quantidade de ninhos estão fora da escola e uma grande quantidade de madres também no mercado de trabalho informal ou desempregadas. Assim que, se estamos falando de ações e políticas, né, em Brasil nós outros temos os dados desagregados por idade, por sexo, e parece óbvio, pelas ações necessárias, como garantizar que as mulheres possam estudar e trabalhar, garantizar que os ninhos estejam na escola, isso não é isso. Então, assim, eu queria aproveitar a oportunidade, os organismos internacionais estão em Brasil, a OIM, a UNICEF, a CNU, para que se puderam compartilhar ações com o governo brasileiro para melhorar essa situação. Muitas graças.
Thank you so much. Yes, we might have data, but how do we make sure that the data actually moves to action? That is a very important question. I remember a situation of Turkey where children, also Syrians with temporary protection status, were there, but they could not go to school because there was a bottleneck. They didn't have document, and then because of that they could not. And that also didn't without knowing that situation, also the authorities could not take an action. It took some time to get. It's really connection of information, making sure we have information, but also we connect relevant authorities. And from our end, I think we stand very much ready to advocate. So please outreach to our teams in Brazil, and I'm sure together we'll find some ways of drawing attention to the situation of those who are right now not benefiting from access to education, not benefiting from access to employment. So very powerful example. Thank you so much. So I would suggest moving to the next session because to make sure we are also moving with the program. And Tarek, over to you for the moderation. We want to switch? I think so. Yes. Yes.
Your colleagues, I'd like to invite Arthur. Oh, Arthur, please sit next to Tarek, because the camera is here. And Athanasios, please. Yes, thank you. And Julie.
Thank you for bearing with us while we have a change of the guards.
No, it's not. Julie?
I can sit there.
Yeah, here. I think it's better.
Hello and good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to session number 2. I think we had quite some insights in session 1 from the road, how we all started working together, what has been achieved over the last couple of years since the creation of the IDAC Alliance. But we should be clear that the road is still long ahead of us, and we still have a lot of work collectively here to do as a community. In case you wonder who I am Tarek Abu Shabake. I am the chief statistician with the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, or ACNUR, as it's known in Spanish. And UNHCR, as you have heard, is one of the 5 founding members of the IDAC Alliance, and we are very happy to be part of this alliance, but also contribute substantively to the discussions and obviously the work of the Secretariat and the whole alliance in itself. So what have we planned for the next remaining roughly 75 minutes or so before we break? First of all, I welcome my panelists to my left and to my right, and those who are online as well, virtually, of which we should have 2 colleagues. We planned to proceed in two different levels. One is we look at data gaps, of course, that we heard that are quite important to protect and assist children on the move, and this means migrant and displaced children on the move. And there are 2 different perspectives that we're going to hear about. One is the global perspective, and the other one is more the country perspective. And the 2, of course, complement each other quite extensively. I would like to start with the global level first, because this is going to be interesting to set a bit the tone, what has been done at global level, and here particularly addressing 2 very important sectors for child protection, child assistance, and that's the education sector and that's the health sector, 2 very integral parts of protecting and assisting migrant and refugee children. And to move this forward, we have 2 distinguished colleagues. One is from the World Health Organization, and the other one is from the UNESCO Institute of Statistics. And I cannot see them right now on screen, but I assume they are online. They're not on who? Rifat is here. Yes, very good. It's right in time, Mr. Rifat Hussein. You couldn't have come a single second later or earlier. So we have Rifat Hussein, who is from the World Health Organization in Geneva, and a good old friend of mine. Very happy to see you again, even if it's just virtual. Rifat is a technical lead for information, policy, and governance in the Program for Health and Migration at the Office of the Deputy Director General of the World Health Organization in Geneva. And let's start with Rifat. To move a bit the needle forward, Rifat, first of all, welcome to the IDAC Alliance. Once again, you have been here with us on different occasions. But you, most importantly, have been one of the big players in a big report that the WHO issued last year, the World Report on the Health of Migrants and Refugees, which came out about 6 or 7 months ago. And this has set a new trend line, obviously, looking at the impact of health-related programs or the lack thereof for migrants and refugees, but also looking at the data landscape and what can be done or what should be done in this regard. So let me give you right away the floor, without any further ado, from your perspective or the perspective of WHO, how can we protect children on the move from current and emerging health threats, based on your own experience and obviously being part of the book, the publication itself that I just mentioned? Over to you, Rifat.
Thank you so much, Tarek. Indeed, I think we are not more than a few blocks away from each other, but we get to see each other in meetings and strange places. So very pleased to see you, Tarek, on virtual screen. And I'm really sorry I could not be there. We have our governing bodies in town, and our global action plan on the health of refugees and migrants is on the agenda, which is coming to a renewal. So I need to be here tied to the chair and be available to member states' comments. So unfortunately, I could not. I have never traveled to South America, so when this invitation came, I thought that this would be a great opportunity. So I'm sure you guys are having wonderful time and very, very productive discussions. So coming back to your question, Tarek, as you already introduced our report, so we just published exactly 6 months ago, our first wall report on the health of refugees and migrants, which came out on 20th of July. And this is the first of its kind, and it was actually quite a unique report, because our program just started as a health and migration program. Health and migration is not new to WHO, but as a dedicated program in the executive office of the Deputy Director General is new. It came out of the transformation of WHO, and it came at a time that where migration issues are becoming very, very important, politically charged. And you saw more and more of that, because as soon as we started the program, almost immediately after COVID came, and we unearthed or came to the surface the high inequalities that we see, especially the inequalities of irregular migrants, including, of course, the children as part of the family, but also the unaccompanied children and minors. Speaking of that, there is a dedicated section that UNICEF, on behalf of IDAC, actually contributed to our report. So there is a whole section on that, the health of children, especially the unaccompanied minors and children, in the whole report. So specifically, Tarek, coming to your question, I'm sorry, maybe I will just highlight a few things that we said in our report in answer to your question, WHO's view on protecting children on the move from current and emerging health issues. But even we are not looking at health emergencies or emerging issues, there is a clear evidence-based findings from our report that we said barriers to healthcare services intensified by migratory status. So if anybody looked at the report, we had a whole chapter on health determinants, and there are many, many determinants of health. Age is a determinant, so children are specifically subject to specific challenges and things like that. But migratory status, or they simply migrated itself, is a determinant. And most common barriers also include institutional, administrative, language, cultural, provider discrimination, transportation, and financial factors. But how do we actually look into some of these things? I mean, I'll come to that in a second, and I will also touch upon the health information systems and the importance of that. But there are some other things we noted about the financing. As you know, that one of the critical foundations of the Sustainable Development Goals is not just health financing, but financial protection, or universal health coverage with financial protection. And there we found direct and indirect health costs, the major barriers to accessing healthcare in all WHO regions for refugees and migrants. Some countries have successfully integrated refugees and migrants into social protection strategies and services, including children. But the strange thing is that sometimes or often that we find that countries have explicit integration of refugees and migrants, but the practice or the implementation is not always there. And sometimes it's the other way around, strangely so, that the refugees and migrants, and this has been evident during the time of COVID, that many countries have adopted an all-inclusive policies, whereas their national policies does not include refugees and migrants in its explicit form. So maybe I stop here for now, Tarek. There are a few other questions I see in my list. Maybe you will be asking. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rifat. You already raised quite a number of important points, like financial aspects, the cost of providing health services or having access to those services. But also, of course, one thing is the theory. If you include refugees and migrants, but in practice, if they don't have access to those services, then we have a dichotomy here between the practice and the theory. Since this is a session about the IDAC and data is at the core of this alliance, let me move a bit to the core of the data aspect and data landscape. And my question to you will be, how can we strengthen data efforts, and particularly the WHO, for example, in this particular case, from the global down to the sub-national level to support the delivery of health services to all children, which includes, of course, migrant and displaced children. So how can we strengthen those data efforts from your perspective? Over to you.
Thanks again, Tarek. So colleagues, so let me just turn to our health information system aspects in the reports. I will touch upon quickly 2 or 3 things. So clearly there are limitations: absence of epidemiological data, lack of standardization and comparability of the data, inability to disaggregate by migratory status. There are various efforts, but it's not systematic. The representation of the data is not sufficient, and therefore it is very difficult to make any statement about that. If you read our report, we actually shied away from making any statements because the data did not allow us to make this kind of coming up with any kind of solid evidence that is comparable across countries and over time. Efforts, however, are in place, emphasizing on monitoring infectious diseases while neglecting comprehensive public health monitoring. So when it comes to, let's say, COVID, lots of data came about, but when you look at the health information system as a whole, individual countries, HIS, or even survey and indicator-based monitoring, there is quite a dearth of information, and major concerns around the privacy and protection of refugee and migrant health data can lead to limiting access to healthcare, deportation. Now, these are problem statements. So if we look into a bit of a solution going forward, so we had a chapter dedicated to data in our whole report. Of course, as I just alluded to, this was more exploratory, but we basically said that we would really like to work with the key international partners, key national partners, including national statistical offices and so forth and so on. So Tarek, as you know, that you and your team, as well as the team in Copenhagen, were extremely instrumental. We received considerable amount of data. We are most grateful to you, to UNICEF, to ILO, IOM, and many other UN agencies. There are 10 of us that we collaborated with, 10 of the UN agencies, and many national organizations we collaborated with. However, going forward, we need to intensify our efforts, and I'm happy to say that we actually started our work on the next report. So I will come to you, to each one of you, and we will have a more intensified and more fruitful collaboration, including in the context of IDAC. Just one little extra piece of information. We actually, during the course of last year, conducted a survey of Ukrainian refugees into Poland. As you know, that when the war broke out in Ukraine, the largest amount of refugees came through the Ukrainian-Polish border. So we did a health survey that we conducted in addition to the survey that the Polish authorities, the Polish statistical offices were conducting. We launched that survey in December, and we will be finalizing and reporting the final report this month, at the end of this month. And we are actually, Statistics Poland, along with WHO and a few other agencies and many other statistical offices, is going to have a side event on the sidelines of the Statistical Commission, not just discussing the results and lessons learned, but also what to do next. So I'm very, very looking forward. We are very much looking forward to extended and intensified collaboration going forward with the whole of IDAC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Rifat, and good to hear that the next report is already in the pipeline. Always good to see, and hopefully there will be first good statements with regard to data and improvements on data, because we need a small data revolution in the health sector, I think, for children on the move to improve their protection and assistance. But good to hear that a lot of things are already happening, and also good to hear that WHO stands committed to the IDAC Alliance, and we will of course collaborate as an alliance with WHO going forward. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
I move forward to stay with us, don't go away. Still quite an exciting panel here next to my left and to my right. And I go straight to my right, to Artur Borkowski, who is a data specialist on education in emergencies with UNESCO. And a bit similar to Rifat and the WHO, where I mentioned the World Report that came out recently. Artur was instrumental in a publication that came out in 2021, a report on refugee education statistics, which was a joint publication by UNHCR and the UNESCO Institute of Statistics. And Artur, as I mentioned, was instrumental in this particular endeavor. So let me go straight to key questions that we would like Artur to look at and respond to, of course. And these are kind of looking at what is being done and what can or should be done in the future. So Artur, what are the recent initiatives that UNESCO is leading or partnering up with to improve the data in migration and displacement contexts and to promote access to education in emergency contexts? That's kind of the overarching idea behind it. But then, of course, what are those challenges? I'm sure you have identified a number of challenges similar to Rifat in the health sector. Education is probably equally challenging. So how can you give us a bit of a gist to how can data and the availability of data in particular of education related aspects on refugee children and those in protracted displacement situations be improved? Over to you.
Thank you, Tarek, and thanks for the introduction. Yeah, I've tried to tackle both of the questions together, so trying to sort of frame the challenges and see what UNESCO is doing in terms of response to the challenges. For me, there's sort of two big buckets, if you will, of challenges. One is the data itself, and the other bits are sort of the systems around the data. I think these are sort of different but interrelated. So on the data itself, I think we've heard a lot over the last 3 days, right? Primarily around disaggregation of data, right? And here it's just as relevant for education as anything else, right? Demographic data. And I think IDMC has done a recent report on IDP children in education, which does something around this, disaggregation by age, for example. So geography, I think we really struggle with that. For instance, in the Ukraine crisis, we know where they are at a country level, but not where they are within the country. So it's really hard programmatically to do any sort of response. And again, there's some innovative work being done by other people. I mean, Doug Levier at Oxford has used social media data, for example, to track internal displacement within Ukraine. I think that's quite innovative. Of course, there's still a lot of issues with how well it works, but I think at least we're exploring options there, right? Again, migration type. So we're talking about migrants as a general rule, as a big bucket, but refugees, IDPs, disaggregating those, also a challenge. And I think, the work EGRIS has done on coming up with questions for us to ask and how to frame this, that really helps. And then, of course, this morning's report from UNICEF, disability, and then the intersectionality between all of those, right? And the vulnerability as a result of all of that intersectionality, like Rifat mentioned. And of course, then how do we make all of that representative? Because that's a lot of intersectionality we're talking about, right? So sample sizes and all of that become problematic. That's a sort of general thing. I mean, for education, I think we have more of an overemphasis on access to education, and maybe that's the same in health, where we're not really talking about once they get into school, what happens. So for instance, learning. What do we know about the learning of migrants? In most cases, not very much, right? And there is, UNESCO's doing a little bit there, where we have the regional office here is doing, they have a quality learning lab called YESE, and they run a regional learning assessment. And the next one's coming up in 2025, and they're looking at how to incorporate people on the move into that learning assessment. And that includes, how do you get them into the sample to begin with? How do you make that sample representative, and so on? So starting to address those challenges. Another one is, and this is probably more specific to education than it is to, for example, health or nutrition, where you have the vulnerability and analysis mapping and you have sort of set tools, is data standards, right? We don't really have a set of questions that we're agreed on across humanitarian development sectors that we ask about education, right? So for instance, I mean, SDG 4 is like sort of guiding point here, right? But we want questions on attendance, on enrollment, but we don't necessarily ask those questions the same way. And so UNESCO's created an IDP Education Data Working Group, which brings together GIPS, IDMC, IOM, REACH, and Global Education Cluster, really trying to see, okay, where are we and how can we get from the questions we ask now, which are not consistent across countries and across organizations, to a set of questions that are good enough guidance that they're comparable, but still allow for some flexibility, right? That's one. The other is the work I mentioned yesterday in my presentation, which was really collaboration with UNHCR and mapping the data for refugee education across 30 countries and really understanding, okay, what do we have and what's like the minimum set we have to get to from where we are to something that resembles standardization, right? And I think that's sort of the data side of things. And then there's the systems side of things. And Rifat sort of touched on that as well. Coordination or the lack thereof is a big thing for education, I think. And again, here, the IDP Expert Working Group, that's one example of how UNESCO is trying to address that at the global level. But again, that's really on the humanitarian side. But I mean, IDAC is an example of how we all come together across sectors as well. So I think that's a nice way to do it. But at the regional level, so we heard yesterday from Florencia, where at the regional level, the regional office is working with 18 ministries of education in the region to build a regional monitoring framework, really to see what data we collectively need on education for people on the move. And they've just come up with 12 indicators, which are agreed by all the ministries, right? Or more or less agreed at this point. So really trying to go and, again, work collaboratively to come up with a set of indicators that we can all work towards. And again, this is very much development focused. So how do we bring in regional actors at the humanitarian level, right? So we have R4V. How do we work with R4V to make sure there's harmonization? And so at a national level, I can give a more concrete example of this. We're working with Education Cannot Wait in South Sudan and Ethiopia. And what our teams are doing is basically trying to get the ministries to work to build technical capacity in the ministries to coordinate across the spectrum, right? And make sure that whatever data humanitarians are producing actually informs Ministry of Education response and actually can speak to what the Ministry of Education needs. So I think that's, I mean, for me, that's a really key thing. Being here, I think there's a lot of cross-sectoral learning we can do and not be so siloed. And then, of course, I think the last thing, and I think this has come up again and again, is system strengthening and capacity building. And I mean, here, all of that work sort of feeds into it. But I also think over the last 3 days, we've heard a lot about what's already happening, right? We heard from Galo on the work that Ecuador is doing, for example. We heard on what Colombia is doing. So I think there's a lot that's happening, and it's really about documenting these best practices. And again, in the work with UNHCR, we did sort of 6 case studies where we're trying to document how data inclusion happens for refugees specifically. So I think doing this systematically across the board and really documenting and having an exchange for peer learning, like the EGRIS-ECOWAS exchange, which I think is a brilliant initiative, how we do that more systematically and make this in the public domain is I think something that we collectively should be working towards. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Arthur. Great points. I hear standardization, I hear coordination, I hear regionalization, and I hear positive spirit and positive vibes coming from the education sector, given that people and organizations are trying to work hand in hand to address the significant data gaps. And the fact that there are quite a number of different groups already set up in addressing those gaps, I think it's very promising. And I hope that one day in the near future, could be the 4th IFMS, the 5th or the 6th, we will have something, or you will have something very positive to report, that standardization and collaboration and coordination has paid off. And we have now sort of a data set that we can all work off and can be happy about to protect and assist children on the move. Thanks very much from my side to you and to UNESCO, of course, for all the great work that the team is doing. And as I mentioned earlier, we're moving now from global to country level perspectives. We have heard 2 different global perspectives, the health and the education perspective. And now we're going to go across 3 regions. One is the European one, the other one is the Latin American one, and the 3rd one would in theory be in Africa, but the colleague is not yet connected, I understand. We are still trying to connect with our colleague in Uganda. So let me go first to Athanasios and look at a bit at the European statistical system. Who is Athanasios Tanopoulos? He's president of the Hellenic Statistical Authority, and at the same time also chairman of the partnership group of the European Statistical System, which is very important. And Athanasios has been at the IFMS for quite a number of days now, has heard what others have said, has heard what IDAC is about. Now the question to you, Athanasios, is what are some opportunities at the European Statistical System to drive the agenda for child-specific data needs, of which there are quite significant ones? And perhaps you can also zoom a bit into the situation in Greece as well, given that Greece is at the forefront has been the forefront of quite a number of media headlines in recent years, with the boat arrivals, of course, which include children on the move. And perhaps you want to bridge a bit the gap here between the data production cycle that's important to protect and assist people, migrants and refugees, but also have the wider perspective of the European statistical system in mind in how those needs can be looked at from your perspective.
Thank you very much, Tarek, and big thank you to IDAC organizers for having me here. I'm afraid I will hesitate whether I should start from the Greek perspective or whether I should start from the European perspective, because the European perspective also encompasses what is going on also in Greece, and it's linked to what I want to say. So let me start from a European perspective first of all, and then I will focus to Greece. Going back to Arthur's talk, I'm afraid I will keep on talking about harmonization, integration, coordination, comparability, and all those nice words that you have repeated, before, Tarek, and because this is what the whole thing is about at the end of the day. Okay, that's what we aim to, and then we have to identify what are the problems or what are the issues that we have to tackle, what are the challenges that we have to tackle in order to come up with something that could look like something that we could talk about, more reliably, and we get a wider audience when we talk about people on the move, and in particularly children on the move. Starting from the ESS, from the European Statistical System, which is an integrated system, which is a coherent, harmonized, standardized, to an extent that other regions of the world would feel, jealous about that. Our statistical laws are European regulations that are directly, immediately, automatically incorporated in the respective national legal orders. So, you might be thinking that nothing is missing, from that whole system. Still, there is something missing, and it is linked to issues. There is a kind of a paradox that is linked to the way that you see needs and you see tackling of emerging needs for children with specific on child-specific data would be one good thing, that data on this domain would be streamlined, easily produced and standardized across all European countries, but this is not the case, and this is a paradox. And there are 2 reasons and 2 issues that might be linked to this paradox. One of those reasons is the philosophy of European statistics, okay? The philosophy through which European Union statistics are compiled. European Union statistics were originally designed to tackle issues that are linked to economic policy. This spirit, transpires horizontally, through all the statistical products that are produced in the European statistical system. And as I said, they become regulations and laws. So you may only kind of like incidentally find, bits and pieces of statistics that are linked to children in particular, or people on the move. So we have excellent statistical products, where they're harmonized, they're nice. You can, get a lot of information about people and about habits, even, for example, on the EU SILC, on the European Survey on Income and Living Conditions. You can even find excellent information on the labor force survey that one of our colleagues, referred to earlier. Also on, I don't know, on health, on our healthcare survey. I mean, which may be done every 4 years, but it's a very, very detailed survey that that lies to the core of. I mean, you may find information, by the way. Just in case, I'm afraid I will not have too much time, but in Greece, we pioneered, a module with specific, mention to children on the health survey. So this is something that we would like the ESS to take on board in the future. But that has to do with, you see, the philosophy of EU stats, is one of the reasons that lies to the core of the fact that we still, of this paradox that I mentioned to. The other one is political. You see, there are always, as you said, before, two issues. One is very, very technical, and it has to do with standards, has to do with definitions and translation of policies into things that you can measure actually. And the other one is always political, it's strategic, if you want to call it. Okay, and at the EU level, this has to do with the particularity of our region, for which, I'm thankful personally, but it has to do with the realization of the underlying problem. Okay, so the political class in Europe, in the EU, did not seem to realize that the whole issue about people, about children, about the vulnerable people, is, I have to finish, lies to the core of, it might be of concern of Europeans. So Europe, rightfully has been considered to be a global model for quality of life, social state and protection of the vulnerable. This has long been the case, for, after the Second World War, and we have been very reluctant to realize that those issues are linked, also are of concern of European politicians. So those two issues also are also linked, may also direct us to the proposals that I would like to make. One of them, I'm starting from the last one, is considered with political class. 1 year ago, I could not have stressed enough, how important it is for the political class to realize and get, the so-called, the reality check of what is going on. Now I don't need to do that, okay? Because reality has caught up with us, okay? And you see, we have the war at home. And the other one is, it's simple, it's technical, it has to do with enhancing our statistical products to include even more specific, the way that we also do it in Greece, even more specific information about children, about young people on the move, especially the vulnerable ones. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Athanasios. Very important points. And great to hear the philosophy of EU statistics, which I hadn't realized in this regard, going back such a long time already, of course. But you raised quite important points, and the politics, of course. If there's no will, then nothing will happen, of course. But the fact, as you outlined rightly, what happened in the last 12 months or so in Europe has been quite tremendous, and which has been a wake-up call also for the statistical community to basically step up its efforts in improving data, including on refugees, of course, and including in particular on children, who are one of the most vulnerable groups among the refugee/migrant population. Thanks very much for that, Athanasios. We will come back to you, I'm sure. I forgot to mention just a bit of housekeeping here. Those colleagues who are online, please feel free to use the chat in case you wish, and put some questions in the chat if you have heard something interesting, want to provide feedback that we can take back to our panelists, or want to raise a question that I can then transmit on your behalf to the panelists. So please don't hesitate to use the chat. In the meantime, we move to Chile, which is our host this week, a great country, a great host. And now we're going to talk to Julibeth Rodriguez Leon, who is technical advisor on migration statistics with the National Statistical Institute here in Chile. And she's going to, of course, give us a bit of Chilean perspective on Chile on the move, data challenges, and what your institution has done, or will be doing, or hopefully has done, by and large already, to address data gaps, data challenges for children on the move. Julibeth, over to you.
Thank you for the introduction. I would like to answer in Spanish, and also I think I have some slides, if you can share it, please. Thank you so much. Primero, nosotros hemos tenido que responder a la necesidad de datos estadísticos a partir... Ok, ahí estamos. A partir de una brecha que se generó después del censo 2017. Nosotros, la inmigración reciente en Chile tuvo un alto peak en 2018 y eso nos llevó a considerar que el censo 2017 había quedado desactualizado para el objetivo de medir a la población inmigrante en Chile. Entonces lo que nosotros hicimos fue generar coordinación institucional para hacer una nueva estimación que tenía por objetivo contar a todas las personas extranjeras residentes al 31 de diciembre de cada año posterior al censo, desagregado por sexo, tramo etario, país y también a niveles subnacionales. La metodología que nosotros hicimos o la estrategia que tuvimos fue: necesitamos registros administrativos que nos ayuden a complementar los datos censales. Y lo que hicimos fue corregir el censo por envejecimiento y omisión censal, pero además compilar una serie de registros administrativos de personas solicitantes de visas, restar aquellos que habían salido del país o aquellos que habían fallecido para el momento de nuestras estimaciones. Para esto fue muy importante la coordinación con al menos 4 instituciones y bueno, la Oficina de Estadística para obtener esta información, obtener estos datos y generar en conjunto una única cifra oficial de inmigrantes actualizada. Entonces contamos con información del Servicio Nacional de Migraciones, SERMIC, información también de visas solicitadas a nivel consular por el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores, MINREL, información del registro del control de fronteras que administra la Policía de Investigaciones y por supuesto también información de nuestro registro civil sobre las defunciones y en algunos casos documentos de identidad para procesos de integración de datos. Como algunos resultados primero generales, porque primero tuvimos que atender como la demanda del número general, estimamos al 31 de diciembre de 2021 casi 1.5 millones de personas extranjeras residentes viviendo en Chile, lo que implicó un crecimiento de 14.1% respecto a lo estimado en 2018, con una relación de sexo de casi 50 y 50%, con ligera mayoría de hombres, y algo que es interesante también es que, bueno, la mayoría de la población extranjera se concentra entre los 25 y 39 años, especialmente el grupo 30-34 es el más predominante con 18%. Y lo que también ha sido interesante de esta estimación es que en el momento del censo había una distribución de los países de origen diferente a la que podemos tener hoy en día a partir de incorporar registros administrativos, porque esto nos permitió capturar la importante inmigración venezolana al país, lo que permitió determinar que hoy en día los venezolanos son el grupo más grande de migrantes en Chile, que representan 30% del total de extranjeros residentes. Pero ya bajando un poco a los datos de niños, niñas y adolescentes, pues una limitación que se me olvidó comentarles que tiene nuestra estimación es que está desagregada en grupos quinquenales, entonces acá nos vamos a referir a los menores de 20 años Y bueno, este grupo representa, o sea, tenemos dentro de los diferentes grupos de menores de 20 años, el más importante en términos relativos es el de 10 a 14 años con 33%. Y algo que es interesante que pueden ver en la gráfica de abajo es que el grupo de primera infancia o 0 a 4 años aparentemente con estos gráficos se ha ido reduciendo en el tiempo, mientras que las otras edades se han mantenido paralelas, pero también hemos ido en paralelo haciendo algunas indagaciones que podrían darnos cuenta que es necesario incorporar nuevos registros que podrían darnos un mejor panorama de este grupo del 0 a 4 años. Solo también para resumir unos pequeños resultados del grupo de niñas y adolescentes, pues tenemos que la mayor concentración en el territorio es similar al de la población total, concentrándose en la región metropolitana, Antofagasta y Valparaíso, pero ya empezamos a ver algunas diferencias por colectivo, por el país de origen, porque, por ejemplo, la población extranjera total proveniente de Haití es el tercer lugar en la estimación total, pero para niños, niñas y adolescentes ocupa el quinto lugar, por ejemplo. Entonces hay algunas diferencias que podemos ver cuando enfocamos, ¿verdad?, nuestras estadísticas en este grupo. Pero nosotros queremos hacer más y al momento teníamos deficiencias en términos de recursos humanos para poder abordar esta labor. Y ha sido fundamental el trabajo que hemos hecho en colaboración con UNICEF para atender este objetivo. Nosotros hemos firmado un acuerdo de colaboración con esta institución que tiene por objetivo aprovechar más información estadística disponible para profundizar en el tema de los niños, niñas y adolescentes. Y actualmente estamos trabajando en una consultoría que empezó en diciembre del año pasado y debe terminar alrededor de abril a junio de este año, que tiene dos enfoques. El primero es profundizar las estadísticas que ya tenemos. Nosotros tenemos esta estimación de personas extranjeras residentes, pero queremos darle un enfoque en niños, niñas y adolescentes, poder explotar esos datos centrados en este grupo y ya estamos trabajando en ello. Pero algo que también es muy interesante es poder hacer este diagnóstico en otros registros administrativos y poder explotar datos adicionales que permitan profundizar en el fenómeno. Y es clave este apoyo que nos está dando UNICEF, no solo desde la Oficina de Estadística, sino que como oficina tenemos una mesa intersectorial para las estadísticas migratorias, entonces hemos hecho estos enlaces además con otras instituciones, algunas de las que ya mencioné en las primeras diapositivas, pero queremos incorporar a otras para poder, como ya les decía, entregar una caracterización mayor de este grupo y poder responder entonces al Estado con datos para que generen las políticas públicas enfocadas en los niños, niñas y adolescentes. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Julibet. Very interesting. Happy to see data integration across different data sources. I think something we have discussed as a community here over the last couple of days quite extensively. Also seeing the analysis that is in the making, in the shaping, and the coordination between an international agency like UNICEF and the National Statistical Office is quite crucial to take the work forward. Very impressive results. We would, in theory, move to Uganda. My question to the Secretariat, is Helen online? She's not online. Okay. We had a third speaker lined up, Helen from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, but there seem to be some technical glitches in the connections. So unfortunately, we don't have Helen with us today. I'm quickly checking the chat and I see an aspect that was raised by our colleague Geoffrey from the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria. If you want, I'm happy to read it out before I open the floor, of course, to our colleagues here. He says that an important topic has been omitted, an emerging issue, which is data on missing children. And the data made available by the International Committee on Red Cross revealed that the organization had registered over 25,000 missing persons after January 2021, with more than 50% of that number missing children as a result of many factors in Nigeria. I agree that it's quite an important omission. And I'm happy that Geoffrey from the National Bureau of Statistics in Nigeria has raised that question. It of course begs the question, if I was to translate this into our panelists, whether we have also missing children in our statistics at national level, whether you have done anything interesting in this regard. But hold your breath for a time being, and let me do a little tour de table here and see whether our audience has questions after having heard a number of global and national speakers. I see one hand up there. Do I see another one? Let me go with the first hand. Would you mind identifying yourself and posing the question? And if it's addressed to a particular person, please let the person know as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Charles Ogola. I work with one of the regional economic communities in Africa, Eastern Horn of Africa, IGAD, which is also a building block of the Africa Union. So in terms of, mine is mostly a comment, given that actually the representatives have really talked a lot about also the issues of the national system, statistical system strengthening, and also looking into some of the critical global commitment. However, I think also it's very important also to also now move into also at the regional level, whereby also when you look at our continent, for example, at the continental level, we have the specialized technical groups that can also provide a forum whereby there can be also the issues of the exchange of the ideas and also issues of the coordination and also bringing together different aspects, because one of the critical role of the REX and also is about the issues of harmonization of policies, and also looking into, for example, in Africa, we have the SASHA 2, which is the strategy for harmonization of statistics, which goes across the range. And also at the regional level, we have the regional strategy for development of statistics, which really looks into how can we be able to harmonize across the, and also looking into the continental level. Having said so, I think at IGAD, one of the areas that we have also been working and is the issues of the displacement, and also looking at the issue of the declaration of the refugees, the Djibouti Declaration on the refugees on education. And we have worked also closely with the UNESCO in terms of coming up with a regional monitoring framework that has now been cascaded to member states to validate, so that I think that can also be one of the area that can also help in terms of looking at articulating some of these issues, and more so looking into how can we be able also to disaggregate, not only by sex, but also by age. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent point on the regionalization aspect, of course, and giving a concrete example how this has, in the case of UNESCO, for example, has been taken forward. Would you like to respond to that somehow, since it's related to UNESCO, in case?
I'm not familiar with a specific case, but I mean, I think you make a great point, Charles. I mean, I think the use of existing regional forums is something that we really have to take advantage of. I mean, in the African region, I mean, just the African Union, IGAD, ECOWAS, there's so many, right? As you cascade down in every part of the sub-region as well, right? So I think finding ways to do that and actually documenting how you have done it and how you can go from sort of a regional approach to actually incorporating that into national policies and then national data collection is, I think, sort of a missing step, that's not really well documented. So, I mean, I'm happy to have a conversation on how we document that, but I think, you know, there's a lot of peer learning that needs to happen. And if you're already doing that, I think it would benefit others as well, right? So I think it's an excellent point, and happy to chat afterwards.
Thank you very much. We have heard And hopefully everybody has read the IDAC report, of course, which outlines the challenges related to data collection, analysis, sharing and use across governments. Now, we have heard of the lack of coordination in the different settings, but we also heard best practices, which is great, to fill data gaps, which are very obvious in our particular setting in migration and displacement in relation to children on the move. Now, what would be interesting to hear is, what are your sort of main challenges you have been facing in getting the data done? We heard a bit of the European statistical system, the philosophy behind it, of course. Now looking forward, the question is, what should be done after we have identified the challenges to make it better? Perhaps we start with Athanasios in providing concrete suggestions that the community itself can take forward, of course, perhaps from the European perspective. And then happy to hear, of course, from the Chile perspective, but also perhaps the perspective of Chile vis-a-vis the region and how Chile is basically positioning itself, given the good example that you showed before, be in the region here in Latin America.
Thank you, Tarek. I'm afraid that we have to start, from the little things. Okay, we have to, we have to agree what we want to know. Okay, I mean, if we don't agree on a common, requesting of information pattern, let me put it like that, okay? And a pattern also, it's not only the questions, okay, it's the relations also between them. So you gotta define a questionnaire that is not does not have overlapping questions, does not, come in conflict with other statistics, just something that would be pure, information. It would maximize the information that you elicit, from people. That would be, that by the way, that's the general philosophy behind any questionnaire that you have to do. But we have to start from the little things. So, I mean, even in our case in Greece, that we faced, the issues of migration long before. By the way, as you mentioned in the beginning, Tarek, long before the war in Ukraine, broke out, we started, thinking about, integrating all that information, ex post. So we tried to make a step back and start thinking, okay, how are we going to more systematically, consolidate that information in a systematic manner and a consistent manner, right? Consistency is very important here. So our very recent census was also based on, it was actually a classical, let me put it like that, door-to-door one. Of course, it had like a first stage of census, electronic census, but then it was a follow-up phase, et cetera, et cetera. But other than that, it was exhaustive. Okay, so we asked everyone. It was not register-based language. It was nevertheless linked to registers because we asked 2 unique identifiers that link all enumerated people with essentially all registers that exist in Greece right now. So we have all of the enumerated people, at least, not all, 90% of the enumerated people, we have them with a unique, at least one unique identifier. So we can follow up everyone. By the way, we have also people in camps, people, children, people on the move, everyone who could be identified there, exists in that database. So I consider that this is a wealth, from our own perspective. Still, as I said before, at the EU level, not all countries, make their census in the same way. So there's some countries that are register-based, and that register-based thing, may take a lot of, water, as we say in Greek. By the way, it's a Greek expression, but still, there is a lot of work that needs to be done centrally, at the EU level, to harmonize that information. By the way, we still don't know, because still there is no EU-wide unique identifier. So that would be a proposal, okay? That would be a proposal. So if somebody leaves from Greece and goes to Germany, for example, which is very, very common, you cannot follow up on that person because you don't need a stamp on your passport. You don't get, because like Schengen, there's like Schengen countries. As I said, You see, bureaucracy. Yeah, I mean, no. Well, bureaucracy is a friend of a statistician, to some extent. You see, the more you abolish stopping points, you see, the more you deprive us of the chance to, to collect information. But I mean, I mean, you have to be done, and statisticians have to be smarter in eliciting the information that they elicit. But yes, this would be a concrete proposal, because as I go, Tarek, I'm going to take another 10 minutes, talking about that. So that would be a concrete proposal, an EU-wide, common identifier that does not exist at this point.
Thank you very much, Athanasios. We go to Latin America.
Gracias. Yo quiero hablar primero de la perspectiva nacional y después me voy a la perspectiva regional. En el ámbito nacional ya hemos descubierto unas nuevas brechas de información, y entre ellas está el estudio de la población migrante en situación irregular. Y para ello estamos apoyando al Servicio Nacional de Migraciones en un estudio que pueda considerar incorporar información de otros organismos del Estado, como por ejemplo el Ministerio de Educación o el Fondo Nacional de Salud, para lograr el objetivo de entregar alguna estimación en esta vía. En el ámbito regional, nosotros, si no me equivoco, hace 2 años participamos del grupo de trabajo de la CEPAL, en donde se hizo un diagnóstico regional de la capacidad estadística de los países en la producción de estadísticas migratorias. Aprovecho de saludar a nuestros colegas de México que coordinaron ese grupo de trabajo, y al mismo tiempo participar de estas instancias como el Foro Internacional para las Estadísticas Migratorias, diversos webinars que se han hecho a nivel internacional en donde Chile ha podido participar, nos ha permitido no solo comentar de este trabajo estadístico que hemos estado haciendo en el último tiempo, sino de aprender mucho de lo que otros países están haciendo. Solo un comentario personal, siempre lo comento, en los grupos de trabajo de la UNECE de un par de años, yo tuve la oportunidad de conocer nuevas metodologías de cómo aproximarse a los datos migratorios, y los he podido incorporar en el país. Entonces yo sí creo que estas instancias nos ayudan mucho a tanto compartir como aprender de nuevas formas de trabajar las estadísticas migratorias. Y para finalizar, por eso yo creo que la estrategia siempre va a estar mediada por la colaboración. La colaboración y la comunicación, por un lado, interdisciplinaria, geógrafos, sociólogos, estadísticos, economistas, y así una serie de profesiones que puedan dar su diversa mirada al fenómeno, pero también en el fondo que podamos seguir generando estas instancias, ya sean virtuales, presenciales, en donde se abran estos espacios para compartir estos conocimientos que se han generado en las distintas regiones. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Julibet. Do we still have Rifat on the call? Yes, we have.
Yes, I'm still here, Tarek.
Excellent. Oh, Helen is there? Oh, sorry. I have to put you on pause. Sorry for that, Rifat.
No problem.
Because there's a question coming to my right. Just wait.
So first off, thank you so much to all the panelists. This was amazing to hear all of your perspectives and how, the solutions that you have to bridge these different kinds of data gaps. I'm curious to know from your experience, how did the pandemic affect the methods of collecting data on learning, especially when schools went on shutdown and also city services were halted or altered in a different form? And related to that, what learnings do you have for the future so that all of us can better prepare if a lockdown type situation occurs again, which actually makes at-risk youth even more vulnerable, so that we're not stopping collecting important data and so that we're better prepared to address such crises in the future?
Thank you very much. Very important question. And it couldn't be more pertinent than going straight to Rifat. Since it's about COVID, let's start with Rifat. If you would like to take that question, like other panelists will also be able to answer, of course, that question, how COVID impacted their own business model Rifat, over to you for your thoughts on how COVID over the last 2.5, 3 years kind of has impacted your work with regards to data.
Yeah, thank you so much, Tariq. As I alluded to, that there is a flurry of data coming because the countries actually needed urgent responses to COVID pandemic and so forth. But when we actually looked into those data, they're very, very specific to COVID cases. But I would say it's a great opportunity we should not miss. It actually allows us to look into health information system in general, and make a lasting change on how health information system can be strengthened. I mean, surveys is now questionable, as you know, that basically with the COVID, the 2020 round of censuses came to a halt, and even household survey became problematic to conduct, especially in the traditional sense. But the innovations is another thing that it's a great opportunity for us to look at. In fact, this is one of the things that Estrella just reminded me. I forgot to mention in my intervention earlier, that we are actually launching with Gavi and our vaccinations program, immunizations program, a multi-country survey on zero-dose vaccines. So for those of you who are not familiar with this, it's the children who did not get any vaccinations at all, none of the essential vaccinations whatsoever. So and we have conducted a study last year about the COVID vaccines, that the prevalence of COVID vaccines, or lack thereof rather, among irregular migrants and refugees. And the report just is on my desk for review now, so I should be able to tell you guys more, or work with the IDAC colleagues going forward based on the findings of this report. And then another related thing that we are doing is with the UHC partnership, the Universal Health Coverage Partnership. It's a partnership of many countries that several countries, including Luxembourg, is funding. We are also looking into the access to healthcare services by irregular migrants by this Universal Health Coverage Partnership consortium, including the financial protection, which will of course also include irregular migrants and their families, including children. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Rifat. And we stay at global level before we go at national level. Arthur, perhaps over to you first.
Thanks, Tariq, and thanks. Great questions. I'll tackle the learning one, and I'll leave the other one for other colleagues. But I think on learning, I think there was two different things that happened. One, we saw a big push for online learning, right? And I'll tackle that one in a second. And the second was sort of innovative methods to get around online learning when it wasn't possible, right? So you had the use of radio, the use of WhatsApp with teachers, and so on. So that was quite innovative, but that was also hard to measure learning in those cases, right? So use of TV, radio, we didn't really know what the uptake was. There were some surveys that said, okay, kids were doing this maybe 2 or 3 hours a week, and that's great, so they're doing something, but actually measuring the learning from that was almost impossible, right? On the online learning stuff, I think there's lots of overlapping challenges, but I think for me, the big one is it's often done through commercial providers. And there's, for me, very big ethical challenges when it comes to that, because, there's this whole issue around Google collecting our personal data. Well, these learning providers are doing the same thing for kids who are in vulnerable situations, right? And how that data is being used and where it's going after it goes through that commercial provider are questions we don't really have answers to. And I think there was a review of sort of the terms and conditions of a lot of these learning platforms, and they're full of holes. So I think we need, maybe in preparation for the next one, we need to be much more careful about sort of the contracts we sign with commercial providers when it comes to learning. But I mean, just as a positive note, I mean, I think there was a lot of coordination both internally in national governments, right? So across different organizations between health and education, for example, but also across UN agencies. And that we held between UNESCO, UNHCR, UNICEF, and OECD. I think there's a survey, policy survey, trying to see how governments were responding, right? So I think there was some positive bits, right? And we did get it, okay, these are good practices, maybe these are challenges that we're encountering, but I do think on the learning side, these sort of ethical challenges are really things we need to think about in preparation for whatever happens next.
Thanks very much. And we go to the national level. Julie, perhaps first.
Gracias. Bueno, respecto de cómo la pandemia ha afectado la medición, primero, en ejemplos concretos, yo creo que no solo Chile, sino que en muchos países de Latinoamérica y del mundo, por ejemplo, se han postergado los censos de población y vivienda. Eso, siendo que los censos de población y vivienda siguen siendo una de las principales fuentes de información a nivel internacional para obtener datos migratorios. Pero también a nosotros nos pasaron cosas como que se retrasaran encuestas de hogares y otro tipo de levantamientos de datos, ¿no? Pero yo creo que la estrategia, y un poco ya Arthur lo comentó, ha sido recurrir a la tecnología. Si bien tradicionalmente recogíamos información, por ejemplo, en papel o en persona, cada vez más se está apuntando a métodos virtuales de recolección de la información. Pero por supuesto, muchas de las personas migrantes en situación vulnerable no tienen acceso a este tipo de levantamientos, y yo creo que ahí realmente quienes han tomado más acercamiento a resolver esta brecha son los organismos internacionales, porque son quienes se han acercado probablemente a poblaciones vulnerables a hacer estudios más específicos que consideren, ya sea encuestas a grupos de migrantes específicos, como ha pasado en el norte de Chile, por ejemplo, pero también en el fondo creo que la tecnología es algo que nos va a ayudar de alguna manera, y quizás no la oficina de estadística, porque solemos trabajar más con metodologías cuantitativas, pero organismos internacionales, la academia y otra serie de actores también utilizan metodologías cualitativas, acercándose a estas comunidades, haciendo entrevistas a profundidad y otro tipo de métodos que también entregan información importante de la realidad de los migrantes. Gracias.
Thanks very much, Julie Beth. Let's go to Athanasios.
Thank you, Tarek. I mean, it's a very interesting question, but I have to admit that, you know, I didn't really have time, you know, to think, you know, thoroughly about what were the lessons learned, you know, but doing some stock taking of what has happened during those last 2 years. I mean, if I can put, you know, some labels on what is going on, you know, I would, you know, first of all, that say that, I mean, we have proved our stubbornness, let me put it like that, as professionals, statisticians, because we went ahead and did our census in 2021. Yes, yes, amidst the crisis, amidst you see COVID pandemic, we had to do it. I mean, we had to show to people that statistics, you know, is independent of any cycle, you know, of any circumstance, of any issues. Okay, that stubbornness, seriously, I mean, people, you know, could take it wrong, but at the end of the day, I mean, we had a hard time, I have to tell you, especially in the beginning, we had a hard time to fight, you see, fake news, okay? That's the issue, but that's your chance, huh? You don't get easily chances in your lifetime to prove that you don't depend on issues, on circumstances, or what is going on in the environment. So there is one thing that we managed to do. I mean, we pulled it off successfully. I don't know what would happen if you see things, probably if I were a chief statistician in a different country, I don't know, but at least, you know, citizens in Greece, you know, they behaved, you know, well. Of course, we had people, okay, that fought a lot, and you see in the era of Twitter and all those social, everyone with a hashtag, you know, has a broadcasting station, okay? And that's a very tough thing, you know, when it comes to collecting information. By the way, personal information, okay, which is a very delicate thing. Now, as my colleague said, you see, there was an opportunity for us also to how to use the word, to widespread the usefulness of digitization, okay, and to make people more familiar with digital methods, tools, and everything. So for us right now, it could be easier to run our traditional surveys by electronically, okay, which is very good because it deepens information, makes people it helps us get more complete information. Okay, so digital things are a plus, and it's something that we somehow learn thanks to the opportunity that was given to in the pandemic. I will also mention one drawback, but I cannot stress enough what you said about continuity. Okay, this is our chance to get continuous data and to tell people that this should not be on one-off thing. We need to collect data on a continuous basis, otherwise we don't talk about official statistics. So that's important. Not one-off things, because now we have some regulations, coming up in the EU talking about, okay, in extreme circumstances or in you may get access to that and that and that. That's not the point. We need to have a continuous access to data in order to compile statistics. Now, I will finish because you see, I hate to be a party pooper, but I will finish with some, drawback, some problem, of the pandemic. And I'm afraid that the pandemic, of course, on one hand, helped us collect more information and helped us, become maybe more visible to people. And I mean, it functioned as a showcase for us. Okay, but on the other hand, it increased, you see, entropy within the system. So it is, it's not about information, but you see, entropy in our case. So I kind of sensed that as a national statistical system, even in the EU, we started a little bit to diverge. I mean, individually, at the national level, we developed different statistical products. I mean, we called it experimental statistical products. They're very nice at the national level. I mean, we enjoyed it a lot. We showcased them, with third parties, national parties, but at the EU level, they're different animals. Huh? They're different things. So that's not the point. The point is to have comparable information at the end of the day, okay? So coherence, comparability, going back to Tarek, to those nice words, okay? Integration, standardization. So that's the important thing, and that takes time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Great points, and congratulations for having done the census despite difficult circumstances. And I can see you're still alive, so that's a good sign. Helen is okay. So we have the pleasure of having, last but not least, we have Helen from the Uganda Bureau of Statistics with us. Even though we are approaching sort of the end, more or less the end of this session, let's give Helen the opportunity to give us her perspective on the work on children on the move in the Uganda context. And just to explain, Helen Letizia Namirembe is the Director of Population and Statistics with the Uganda Bureau of Statistics, also known as UBOS. Helen, your slides will probably come up now. And the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. My sincere apologies. I've been anxiously waiting. I miscalculated the time for my session. It's evening now in Uganda, but I'm sorry about that. Yeah. So we are addressing the data needs of internally displaced children in Uganda, and we are looking at the related national statistics and if we have any challenges. Next slide. We are going to talk about the background, the challenges, and then the possible solutions. Next slide. I will not go into detail regarding the policy framework, but we have the Office of the Prime Minister is responsible for the internally displaced persons. And then we have the National Coordination Mechanism. This is the overall supreme agency for handling migration statistics in the country. It has just been established. This was last year. And there is a subcommittee for statistics, which is headed by you, boss. We have also had efforts regarding by the IGAD region and other collaborators. They have come on board to train the Horn of Africa or Eastern African region on issues of internal displacement, especially due to environmental factors, and other issues have been discussed as well. We've been participating in these meetings. We also have plans for statistics development within our country, and these are guided by the frameworks of statistics, whereby all the data we collect must be demand-driven. And also some information that the UNFPA one time tried to come up with mechanisms working with district authorities to improve data on internal displacement. This is over way back 10 years. Let us continue. Next slide. What are main causes of internal displacement in Uganda? And we know that they are basically the environmental factors which cause people to be internally displaced. And we know where these areas are located. But I must say that there have been some other data collection efforts within the country where we already have data on internal displacement, but this has not been yet tapped. And why? The demand for this data has not made this a first. We have not been approached as a bureau because ours is a demand-driven approach. Even at the time we were designing some of this to include data on IDPs, we didn't know the cutoff age. We didn't know that children were a priority. And I remember in the last labor force survey of 2021, we included children 5 years and above. So we have some data which we have not yet tapped. We have about 3 data sources where we can get information on internal displacement. Yeah. So, but the main issue is there has been lack of data, and this has not been produced. And where we talk about administrative data, it is lacking, it is not routine, data is not disaggregated by age of the people who are displaced. And we are not disaster prepared for data. We always come in to collect data when disasters have happened. But we know where the areas where these disasters are, the host communities, but the information that is there, which is really detailed, is from the census, and this is just socioeconomic data, which we can get up to the community level. Next. Next slide. So we also have the challenges where we have limited data infrastructure to support routine data collection. And we know that there is a tendency to focus on refugees and migrants. Here we are doing very well. We have the National Steering Committee where the Uganda Bureau of Statistics is a member, and we coordinate all the data collection efforts, but it's not happening for internally displaced persons. Then also the routine data is not coming in from the communities. Then the data producers, we all want to operate in silos. And so we have learned, and we always appreciate that we have to produce data which is demand driven. Next slide. Next slide. So what do we recommend? First of all, we know that the policy framework is outdated. It is as of 2004. This has to be revised. And it doesn't also take care of the different various population groups and how they are going to be managed. And also it should include the M&E frameworks so that we also have the monitoring indicators. And we need to strengthen the work of the national coordination mechanism to prioritize the data on internally displaced children and other groups. Here I have mentioned that we have 3 existing data sources where we have to tap data and be able to produce separate reports which can be disseminated to the various users. Then also the partnerships among the development partners. When we talk about providing data, IGAD has been on the lead. So the UN family is growing day by day. We talk about labor migrants, we talk about children on the move, we talk about the youth, we talk about labor, the list is long. So these are all under the office of the Prime Minister, which is the coordinating office and implementing agency. So we need to bring them together, and then we should strengthen them so that our data collection efforts are harmonized and to leverage the resources. We know that this is an expensive exercise. So there is need to strengthen existing processes where we need routine data. We should have data before the disasters happen, before people are displaced, especially we know the host communities. These have to be defined clearly, and I know they do exist. So the country now at large is focusing on development through the parish. This is the lowest level of planning at subnational level. And we are going to empower the parish chiefs, where we are going to train them in the data collection that is required, and using, of course, the tablets. When we complete the census, we shall leave some of them in the communities and to empower data coming from the villages on a routine basis. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Helen. I'm glad that you were able to connect within the last 10, 15 minutes or so of this session. I think Uganda is a prime country, is one of the largest refugee hosting countries in the world, just to put it into perspective, hosting millions of refugees from neighboring countries, but also facing internal displacement. So I think it's the topic of children on the move couldn't be more prominently placed than in Uganda, among other things. So I think I'm very happy that Helen was able to join us at least for a couple of minutes here and give us the Uganda perspective. And I like in particular your statement, Helen, which you casted this morning, at least our morning here. We are not data prepared. That's quite an interesting perspective. But if I hear you correctly, lessons learned is we as Uganda will be in the future better prepared, better data prepared, because now you know in a way what to do, including legal changes have to be implemented to allow you as UBOS and other data actors to actually move forward in this regard. So I would like to thank you very much. Unfortunately, we are running a bit behind schedule by a few minutes, but nevertheless, I would like to thank all panelists, virtual and physical, here in the room. Thank you very much, Rifat. Thank you very much, Helen, as well. And I would like to give the floor to the Secretariat for a little statement.
Thank you, Tarek, and thank you, dear panelists. Just one comment regarding the missing migrants. If Jeffrey is still on the line, really would welcome working with the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics in developing this. I just wish to point out that in our first Data Insight publication last November 2021, which informed the high-level panel, there was a mention of the missing migrants. And before coming here, I had actually spoken briefly with Julia Black that maybe we should develop or do something with IOM because they have been leading a work on this. So we really would like to get countries' experiences, those who are, and feedback, and point us to the direction where this alliance, the platform, can really make the most and create added value, where coordination is needed across themes, across countries, across regions. Please feedback, and we will try to address that. And the second is an announcement that we are serving brunch, and we hope that that will keep you close to the Raoul Prebish, because the afternoon sessions are still interesting. I mean, you will have a conversation with the working groups, really to hear about what we can do if we work together. One, a presentation by working group 2 on the child-specific indicators guidelines that we have developed in the course of last year. And to your point, Arthur, about the education indicators, there are 3 priority indicators there and 2 additional indicators, which means depending on the country's interest and capacities. So we can continue the conversation around that. Yeah, so please come back at 12:30. We only have less than an hour now. Grab your lunch, and we hope that you would come back here. Thank you very much. So again, good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you have managed to have some lunch. For this session, we have a moderator online, our advisory board chair, Petra Nahmias. So over to you, Petra.
Thank you, Australia, and good afternoon, everyone, or good evening for me here in Bangkok, where it's very late. My name is Petra Nahmias, and I am Chief of the Population and Social Statistics Section at the Regional Commission for Asia and the Pacific. I'd like to welcome you to this session 3, Conversations with the IDAC Working Groups, Accomplishments and Actions to Follow. I think the last 2 sessions set the tone well in terms of what different countries and different agencies are doing, and making the case for the importance of the work of IDAC. And I think in this one, we're really going to see what's the value added of IDAC? What are we actually doing to try to address these gaps, to work as an alliance together rather than working individually, and to make all our actions greater than the sum of our parts. You've seen in the title that it's a conversation, so I would very much encourage you to, as we go through, to take part in this, because the reason for this conference is not just to tell you what we're doing, but also to hear back about what would be the way forward in the future, what are the challenges, and so on. So please do participate. Those online, I'm online as well. You're welcome to write in the chat. And of course, Australia has kindly also agreed to monitor the room for interventions. So we're going to hear in this session from our 4 working group chairs. And to begin with, each one of the chairs is going to briefly describe their working groups, talking about the membership, the key achievements, and the future prospects ahead. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome the chair of Working Group 1, Apostolos Kathapis, Director of the President's Office of the Hellenic Statistics Authority. And Working Group 1 is around strengthening the capacity of national statistical systems to produce data on children on the move. So Apostolos, over to you.
Thank you, Petra. I love sessions after the lunch break. Everybody are feeling a little bit sleepy, but it's okay. It's my duty to make things more vivid. So I think I have a presentation, but it's okay. I'm not gonna need it, so it's okay for me. My name is Apostolos Kathapis. As Petra said, I'm working in the Statistics Office of Greece. And we are having we are chairs in the working group 1 regarding the data capacity strengthening on children on the move. Our output from this working group is a manual regarding data capacity and how national statistical systems will be able to have the opportunity to produce and disseminate the appropriate data regarding children on the move. And why is that? Because of our experience after the migration crisis in Greece. So let me tell you that at the beginning of 2020, an estimated of 42,500 migrant children were present in Greece, including a total of around 5,000 unaccompanied children. I'll start as the coordinator of the Hellenic statistical system, the Greek statistical system, and UNICEF Greece country office had to work together to support these children through improved quality of data. These official data, official statistics as we call them, were focusing not only on the number of children or how many of them were unaccompanied, but also on their participation in education, health services, and their living conditions in general. So on the one hand, we had the members of the National Statistical System, ministries, border police, Coast Guard, the asylum services, collecting data regarding children on the move, and Elstat, the Greek Statistical Office, on the other hand, to coordinate, provide experience, and of course, new statistics with the appropriate segregation in accordance with the United Nations fundamental principles of official statistics, in order, of course, to produce and disseminate reliable data. At the same time, during the 2021, my presentation, during the 2021 population housing census in Greece, data regarding refugees were on the spotlight for the first time. We performed the census also in refugee camps, and with a special questionnaire collecting data for the number of refugees living there and their characteristics with the appropriate segregation. At the same time, social workers as special enumerators collected data regarding unaccompanied children who were living in camps in the whole country. Thanks to that, our samples now include migrants and refugees, making sure that official statistics in Greece leave no one behind. That was an abstract, a small abstract from Greece's contribution to the manual we are preparing in Working Group 1 regarding data capacity strengthening on children on the move. And that manual is almost ready, but I need your input. That's why I'm here. I'm here to tell you that I need your input as a country. I'm sure you have a lot of experience, and please share your experience with us. Our manual so far is very Eurocentric, and that's not the case. I'm sure there are many countries in other regions that are able to provide us with their expertise and their experience, and that's what we want. Don't be shy. From my experience, countries with very sophisticated strategies regarding data production, artificial intelligence, big data, high frequency data, things like that, are not able to provide data at the end of the day. On the other hand, statistical offices or other data providers who are not so innovative in brackets have the data that we need. So please don't expect to, we don't want you to show us something very highly sophisticated. Just tell us, what do you do? Please reach me, send me an email, and be sure that we want to include your country experience in our manual. It will be very helpful to other countries to see that and realize that all the problems are common problems, and it will be more easy for someone who is going to read this manual to understand what he or she should do. But of course, why we need a manual like that? That's a manual that says what you should do, what your statistical office or your statistical system should do in order to have adequate data regarding children on the move. Why this manual? Why you need this? Because at the end of the day, statistical offices or members of the National Statistical System will collect the data. If they don't do that, governments tend not to rely on other data providers, or perhaps they will choose not to do that. And of course, data, we need this manual because data on children on the move are fragmented and non-comparable between countries so far. Of course, also because data on children, and in particular on children on the move, need our special attention. Otherwise, they can be seen as a menu for those who are ready to exploit them. Only statistical offices can ensure the statistical confidentiality that is needed. That's why please be part of our manual. I'm not going to say, I'm not here to say what this manual is about. Of course, data capacity strengthening. I need your experience and only that. Thank you very much, Petra. Back to you.
Thank you, Apostolos. And next we'll go to Diego Iturralde, who is Chief Director of Demography and Population Statistics at Statistics South Africa. And he leads Working Group 2, which is on child-specific indicators and data on children on the move. So Diego, over to you.
Thank you, Petra. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, wherever you might be. I have a presentation. If someone can please put that up. Great. Put that on slideshow mode, please. Great, thank you so much. Yeah, so I'm here to speak on working group number 2, which specifically deals with guidelines on child-specific indicators. My intention here is to just take you through the process that this working group went through in order to identify the various indicators, highlight what those indicators are and the categories of indicators that we have provided, and then perhaps leave some food for thought in terms of next steps as we move forward. Which is exactly what I just said. Okay, so the objectives of Working Group 2 were really to identify and develop the indicators and their metadata that is most relevant for children on the move. In particular, we identified a few frameworks, such as the 2030 SDGs, the Global Compact for Migration, the Global Compact for Refugees, which are data-driven frameworks, but we also need to take into account other global agreements that are in existence with regards to this theme. We worked in partnership with other stakeholders, such as the UN Expert Group on Migration Statistics, EGRIS, as well as other fora. I think the first exercise or the first activity that we were involved in was a mapping exercise to find out who is doing what kind of indicators are being collected by whom, and what is driving the choice of those indicators. So the first thing is to capture information on countries' experiences using children on the move indicators. This was done by asking them if they've already collected or plan to collect data, which indicators, and the level of disaggregation of those indicators. So as a result of all of this, we would be able to identify and encourage the use of child-specific core indicators that are globally comparable on children on the move, and possibly even identify additional indicators that may be relevant, but may not necessarily be something that is being collected or can be collected by all countries. So we received responses from the countries that you see on the screen there on the right-hand side, as well as from 2 organizations in the shape of IDMC and World Cop in Southampton, the University of Southampton. So the results of this mapping exercise showed that there is a major gap in terms of numbers and key indicators related to children on the move on all dimensions. Secondly, that the availability of data is unbalanced between regions. And I think some of the earlier presentations this morning actually highlighted that. There is low disaggregation by migratory status, particularly for indicators across child protection, education, health, and discrimination and poverty. Almost no data coverage for irregular migrants, refugees, asylum seekers, amongst those selected indicators that we had identified. And only 1 in 3 countries reported having data on unaccompanied children on the move. So in terms of our guidelines, we highlighted some disaggregation dimensions which we think are essential. There are 9 stock and flow statistics. There's a selection of 16 core health, education, child protection, and poverty indicators. Then 6 recommended indicators on health and child protection. So these are additional indicators. And then a few practices and experiences from 2 countries in particular on practical examples on how certain countries are collecting data amongst children in order for data to be made available on children on the move. So the 4 or the 5 thematic areas that we have identified, just to recap, are on stocks and flows, which we agree is the basic building blocks that we are based on: health, child protection, education, and poverty and discrimination. And these were identified and aligned through the SDG, the 2 global compacts, the recommendations on refugee statistics and on internally displaced statistics, as well as OECD integration indicators. Of course, the recommendations on stateless statistics are still under review and will be presented at the Statistics Commission later this year. So we would be able to update the report, or the guidelines rather, once that has been confirmed and endorsed. So just to go through these various indicators, first of all, number and percentage of resident international migrant children, children with a refugee background amongst the population of interest, IDP children in a country, asylum seeker children amongst the population of interest, number of asylum seeking children who have received a decision during a period of time amongst the population of interest, stateless children amongst the population of interest, and these are all stock indicators. And then as far as flow indicators are concerned, international migrant children arrivals per year, children in a country who were forcibly displaced for the first time during a specific period of time, and children who are arriving unaccompanied and separated. We have a look at those amongst health. They include themes around undernourishment, malnutrition, births attended by skilled personnel, which the latter 2 are additional, under 5 mortality rates, which is an additional number of deaths attributed to suicide. Then one of the 2 next priority indicators would be a adolescent birth rate, as well as the proportion who have accessed essential health services, and then furthermore proportion covered by vaccines, as well as obesity amongst children. If we move on to education, I'll cover the priority ones first. These would be children and young people in grades 2 and 3, end of primary, end of lower secondary, as well as proficiency in reading and mathematics. Then completion rate at various levels of education, and then a proportion of 15 to 24-year-olds who are not in education, employment, or training, or NEET as this category is commonly known. Furthermore, 2 additional indicators will be children aged between 24 and 59 months, that's 2 to 5 years, who are developmentally on track in terms of health, learning, psychosocial well-being, broken down by sex, and then a out-of-school rate, those children who are 1 year before various levels of education who are out of school. Then in terms of child protection, I won't go through all of these. These are all additional indicators, but we're talking about child marriages, child labor, as well as issues around corporal punishment and human trafficking. 2 priority indicators here, which I will focus on, and these are children under the age of 5 whose births have been registered, and children on the move who were provided with a sustainable solution on a best interest procedure. In terms of poverty, 2 priority indicators here, and these would be the proportion of children living below the international poverty line, broken down by age, sex, employment status, and urban-rural status, as well as population living below a poverty line by age and sex. Then I'd like to acknowledge and highlight 2 country experiences which were shared with us. The first was a survey focused on children on the move in the case of Italy. In 2014 and 15 integration surveys and 21 surveys on behavior and attitudes, which highlighted or identified children in who were refugee or asylum seeker status children who are identified in schools, and these surveys were then rolled out amongst those specific children. And then, of course, Serbia, who created a migration profile, which was a collaborative product for the benefit of the children on the move. And this was a multi-stakeholder profile produced through various parties in Serbia around children on the move. So part of my appeal here today is, like Apostolos, is really to ask for member states present here today or online to join the IDAC and to share with us some of the experiences that you have had in terms of collecting data on children on the move. We also want to make an appeal for member states in terms of what kind of indicators are being collected, levels of disaggregation, etc. I think some of the additional comments that we received and that we'd like to stress are making sure we use the latest UN definitions on international migration and refugees. We look forward to confirming and working closer with the expert group on migration statistics on these indicators. I think the work that Miriam and myself will be doing on data sources over the next few months and data integration will certainly need to integrate some of the indicators that we've just been through to ensure that whatever recommendations we make on data sources, that they reflect the needs for data on child migration statistics. And then, of course, make sure that the dimensions that we have shared are relevant to the proposed indicators. In terms of what's next, I think I've alluded to the integration of these indicators with the expert group on migration statistics and with EGRIS. And of course, we await eagerly, like many of us here, the identification of the Global Compact Review indicators from paragraph 70 of the IMRF, so that any additional indicators coming from that can be built into the set of indicators that I've shared earlier today. So I think finally my last thing is really just to thank and acknowledge those members of Working Group 2, Cameroon, Mexico, Morocco, Thailand, Sweden, and then in terms of organizations, Eurostat, IOM, DTM, IOM in Asia Pacific, the OECD, UNFPA, UNHCR, the Population Division, the Stats Division, and UNICEF, of course. With that, I thank you very much.
Thanks, Diego, and huge congratulations on such impressive work. I know it's not been an easy job. So we'll take time for questions at the end. We'll go through the rest of the working groups first and have some time for questions. So we'll move to working group 3. This is being led by Christelle Casabat, who's head of programs at the Internal Displacement and Monitoring Center, IDMC. And working group 3 has focused on improving availability of data on internally displaced children. Christelle, over to you.
Thanks, Petra. Could you please confirm whether you can hear me okay?
I can online.
You can?
Yes,
I'm going to. Great, that's wonderful. Thank you. I'm very sorry I cannot be there in person with you all. And I also do not have any beautiful slides like my co-chairs of working groups. I will try to make this as concise and yet practical as possible, so you know everything that we have been doing in this third working group focused on internally displaced children. As Petra mentioned already, our overarching goal is to improve the availability and also the quality of data on internally displaced children, because as you all probably know, actually children in internal displacement are one of the least reported and documented groups of children on the move. So it's really an enormous knowledge gap that we have to bridge together and that we have started to bridge over the past couple of years. Within the working group, we have organized our activities along 2 main objectives. The first one being to improve estimates on the number of internally displaced children at the global, regional, national, and so on levels, and also improve the availability of these data being disaggregated by such factors as sex, age, disability status, of course, and more where relevant, so that we can use this information not only to identify the areas where children are most in need, but also to help raise awareness and generate interest and, most importantly, investments in this issue by really highlighting the scale of the phenomenon. We're talking about around 60 million people living in internal displacement at the global level. So this is really a massive phenomenon that we need to give more visibility to. So within that first objective, we have been striving to identify additional sources of data because there are actually many sources out there, many operational actors, including some of you, but also national statistical offices and particular ministries in different countries. And of course, NGOs and more also do collect information on internally displaced children in various contexts that we can use to, again, raise awareness on the issue and highlight the scale of the phenomenon. We have contributed actively to the expert group on refugee and IDP statistics, EGRIS, as well. And we have, of course, contributed to the second working group's mapping exercise that was just presented to you when it comes to internally displaced children data. So I will be highlighting a couple of our key achievements for the past year in just a second. But before I do this, I also wanted to mention our second objective, which is perhaps the objective where most progress remains to be achieved. And this second objective was to further improve knowledge on the actual impacts of internal displacement on children's lives. And this is, of course, as you know, indispensable so that we can inform better planning, better programs, and also better resourcing for the support and the protection that they need. Because data is still vastly lacking and insufficient, this really requires investments in collecting more information. Also, whenever possible, using other methods such as modelings, projections, to estimate the risk of future children being displaced in the near future. So while we have made some progress here, and I'll mention again in a second what we have achieved in 2022, there's still a lot that remains to be done. And one of the reasons why we probably haven't achieved as much as we would want is because I will mention now our list of members, and it's already a very, very good group of relevant members. Of course, we have UNICEF, UNESCO, UNFPA, IOM, UNESCAP being very active in our group, but we also have the International Security and Development Center, and obviously the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center that I represent as chair of this group, as well as the statistical offices of the Netherlands and Colombia and Nigeria, Colombia and Nigeria being some of the countries that are most affected by internal displacement. So we're very grateful for their contributions. But as you can see, we're still missing other National Statistical Office's representation in our working group. And we really need their inputs, as was already highlighted by my co-chairs of working groups just now. So I hope that this is also a call for memberships. Please do reach out to us if you're interested or if you have any questions. There is so much that you could provide to this group. And I hope that there is also a lot we can provide in terms of supporting you in collecting better data or giving more visibility to the data you already have. But we have achieved quite a lot, however, even with these limitations in the past year. And I think we have been sharing with you some of the key material that I will mention now, so I will not go into too much detail, also to make way for maybe a discussion, a more interactive discussion at the end of this presentation. But of course, in addition to having contributed to the mapping exercise that was just mentioned and contributed to all the IDAC publications that came out throughout the year, we also wrote a blog on the occasion of last year's International Day of Education with IDAC and with several working group members, which you can access on the IDAC website, of course. And we collaborated again with IDAC Secretariat and several working group members on the production and on the launch of the Global Report on Internal Displacement 2022, which was released in May last year and focused for the first time on internally displaced children and youth. This really could not have happened without the contributions in various ways, be it through inputs, through data, through peer review, or through participation in our launch event, without the contributions of our different working group members. Maybe I'll just mention one last product that came out of our collaboration last year. At the very end of the year, on Universal Children's Day in November, we co-launched a report with IDAC and with the Geneva Global Hub for Education in Emergencies, which hosted the in-person event of that hybrid launch. That report was on informing better access for education for internally displaced children, of course, through better data. And it provided an overview of the different methodologies that are available out there that are being used right now by different governments and in-country partners, as well as different UN agencies and even civil society organizations, providing an overview of the pros and cons of each methodologies, the different indicators they use, the resourcing requirements that come with them, and also highlighting some good practices and recommendations to together work towards better data on the education of internally displaced children. So as you can see from what I just mentioned on the blog and that last report in November, we have focused a lot of our first efforts in these fields in the area of education, but there's still a lot of research and data collection and analysis that remains to be done in other areas, for instance, on health. And this is really something that I hope the working group can work toward in 2023 and beyond. But maybe for now, I'll stop here and head back to Petra for the next working group presentation.
Yeah, thank you, Christelle. And yeah, this is a topic which is close to my heart as well. I know just how challenging it is, even just to get age disaggregated data on internal displacement. It's probably the biggest blind spot that we have. So thank you for that. So we'll turn now to the final working group 4, which is on innovation and promoting collaboration on innovative methods on child-specific data work. And this is being led by William Lowe, who is the Innovation Project Lead, Migration and Displacement Initiative at Save the Children. Will, over to you.
Thanks. I think I have just one slide as well, showing the membership. So yeah, promoting collaboration on innovative methods on child-specific data work. So the focus of Working Group 4 has shifted a bit over time, partly kind of finding our place amongst the other groups and how to build on their work. So we've now established a work plan based on a proposed piece of work around capturing disaggregated data and standardization of approaches, which we're actively looking to fund now. I'm going to talk through those plans now and yeah, absolutely invite your input. This does mean I've got a slightly easier job. It's always easier to talk about the things you want to do than what you have done, more encumbered by reality. So our work plan. So there's lots of actors working in the sector around the problem of data gaps around displaced children. We've heard from a lot of them in this conference, of course. A lot of them are applying new approaches in mostly national contexts. So what we're interested in is exploring the possibilities of standardization across those contexts. So this work plan is an opportunity to kind of jump right in at the focus of this working group with a pilot on the capture disaggregated data at the country level. And it's also an opportunity to kind of be doing the kind of collaboration that we want to be kind of exhibiting in our working group. Three parts to the work. So part one, we have an initial set of questions around evaluating current and new approaches to data capture and the barriers to capturing data on these children on the move. Then we want to see if the challenges to implementing these approaches and the opportunities to do so, if these are consistent across the country context of interest. And at the same time, make sure we have a solid understanding of the data required to respond to these needs. So this we describe as the scoping phase. So this is interviews with key actors, a lot of whom have been in Santiago this week, and exercises to understand the barriers to data collection. Here we'd expect also to be talking directly to children around both their needs and issues like reticence around data sharing. So in this work, we can directly build on and draw from the work being done elsewhere in IDAC, particularly the data strengthening initiatives and the manual and the mapping of indicators. And we can also build on the IDEAS project, which was a UNICEF piece of work that treads some slightly similar ground and looked at Thailand and Jordan. So then part two, the solutions. So here the intention is the development of a prototype standardized framework for the improvement of data collection. Something composite and modular that can apply across our selected country contexts. So this would contain proposed research instruments, data sets, templates, kind of good practice. And those methodologies, they can be multi-pronged. So we can combine and refine existing tools and processes with new approaches and methods coming out of our work. But could also take in new technology and analysis methodology. So the application of, say, machine learning and predictive analytics, which is my kind of day job at Save the Children. There's also a chance to consider other themes that are relevant in Working Group 4 around, what is the place for collaboration in this space, both around this piece of work and in delivering these new approaches going forward. And then the final part, implementation. So piloting the framework in selected countries, assessing what works, what doesn't, iterating, refining, and establishing a plan to disseminate and promote. They're having clear recommendations, both for government and civil society, on ownership and driving it forward. In this part, we'd be directly leveraging the wider IDAC position. A couple of points. So we're focused on migrant and refugee youth. IDPs, of course, are hugely of interest, but they've got higher barriers to kind of addressing the data constraints. And so and quite different methodology would be needed. So we're putting a kind of an asterisk next to that of, if feasible at this point. And an audience is very much, certainly in this stage, is all relevant stakeholders producing this data, governments, NGOs, IOs, CSOs. Of course, there's varying levels of difficulty around engagement and access there. And so we'd really be relying on IDAC's influence. So the idea with this piece of work is that it's a really practical but multifaceted exercise that leads to these really strong, tangible outputs. We'd have a draft framework, materials on the state of child data capture in these contexts that we're looking at. And we'd have direct experience of implementing it across the working group. It's a pretty ambitious piece of work, but we've got a strong working group, as you can see. And I think that's the key thing. We really wanted something that draws on the diversity of the group. The whole project is designed in such a way that there's lots of places for the different expertise of the working group members to slot in, or at the least act in a kind of technical advisory capacity. Make sure that we get this good, robust output. So for instance, we've got, say, Eurostat, that experience working with big institutional data, new kind of analysis methodologies, MMC with, being able to complement work around big data with qualitative work elements and research, and MPI, Migration Policy Institute, have done a lot of work around visualizations, dashboards, microsites. So how do we get it out there? How do we promote it? So we have this really broad, useful membership, and I think we want to design a piece of work that kind of brings all that experience and expertise to bear. I'll leave it there. We're still working on some of the detail of the design of the work plan, so comments are absolutely welcome. Please do get in touch. My email is there. And yeah, please join the working group if you're interested in this space. We'd be absolutely happy to have you, especially country representatives would be absolutely fantastic. And yeah, we are actively looking for funding opportunities. So if that's possible as well, all the better. Thanks.
Thank you, Will. So this concludes the presentations of the working groups, and we are actually quite a bit behind time. I think we were overly optimistic about how long these presentations would take, but now looking at how rich the presentations were and how much work the working groups have been doing, I can see that we had no chance really to make this any shorter. So I have some questions for the panel, but given the time, and rather than hear from me, I'd like to see if there's any interventions from the audience online or in the room. Australia, is anyone raising their hands in the room?
I don't see anyone yet.
Okay. Well, while you're all thinking of any questions or comments, I'll pose a question to the panel. And whoever wishes to answer is free to answer. We don't have to go in order. But from the perspective of your working groups, what would you say are some of the greatest obstacles to addressing the data gaps and improving data for children on the move? And how do you see the best way to position your working group to address those challenges? So would any of the panel want to answer that question? Christelle, you raise your hand first.
Sure, thanks, Petra. I'll jump in. That's a really great question. There are many challenges, of course, many obstacles, as I mentioned, when it comes to internal displacement data. But maybe I'll mention one in particular, because of course I could say we need more resources, we need more data, let's collect more. That goes without saying. But what we've seen in many countries actually where we have conducted more in-depth assessments is a little bit what I was mentioning earlier, is that there are data sources, there are different types of data that are being collected by different producers and very different entities. It can be national statistical offices, it can be ministries of humanitarian affairs or the likes, it can be ministries of education and so on. Or as I said earlier, of course, international partners and civil society and more. So I think maybe what I'll just want to say here in terms of one obstacle is even the difficulty of mapping these actors out and then putting them in touch at the national level to begin with, so that they collaborate a bit in a way that we've started doing within IDAC at the global level and within other groups outside of IDAC as well. Mapping out the indicators and the methodologies that are being used, the coverage as well, geographical and temporal, the definitions, ensuring we are aligned when it comes to definitions. And here, of course, the international recommendations have a massive role to play. But yeah, it's also a matter of getting people together around the table or around a workshop, as we're doing now at the global level, but perhaps doing that more often at the national level as well. And perhaps this is something we can actually play a role in, either as IDAC on its own or in partnership with the likes of IGRIS, for instance, or others. And that's something that I must say we hadn't really envisaged when we drafted the TORs for our working group. Maybe this is something that we can look into for the future. I'll stop here.
Yeah, thanks. That's a really good point, and that's actually our experience as well in SCAP, also with other areas, but especially with this kind of sensitive issue. Would anyone else from the panel Diego Apostolous-Wilm, would you like to address this question?
I'll go, Petra.
Sure.
Yeah, so I think when we talk about obstacles to populating the indicators that we have identified at a global level, we need to take into account the variability of statistical systems around the world. And in addition to this, we also need to take into account national priorities that vary from country to country or region to region. I think very often there may be a perception that collecting data on children is really just a matter of age disaggregation, but often it's a little bit more than that. Often it's being a little bit imaginative, it's being innovative, and looking at means and ways in which these indicators can be identified. So as much as we have a list of indicators, like a menu item of things that one would find anywhere else, there's a lot of thinking that needs to go into how do we identify the types of sources and the types of methodologies that are required in order to populate them. In terms of solutions, I firmly believe that the more there are of us working on these particular challenges, the wider the variety of resolutions that we will be able to find. And I think that by working together, by showing solidarity with these issues around the world and looking for data-driven, evidence-based solutions to these, we should be able to come through with some kind of additional guidelines and resolutions in this regard. Thank you.
I guess I call it a build on Christelle's point. I think that, I mean, for some time this data wasn't being collected, and now increasingly it is, and disaggregated data is being collected. There's been huge strides, but I think, yeah, there are these concerns around standardization and interoperability of this data, and that's, you know, hence the focus, you know, the piece of work I just described. These, you know, with the benefit of these things, we're able to compare like with like and develop a, you know, a much clearer overall image. And that kind of standardization, I mean, that can be as simple as just making sure we're all talking about the same age definitions, you know, youth and youth and child, you know, these kind of slightly nebulous things that we can have different definitions on them. Simple things like that, very practical, to then much more complex pieces of work around the interoperability of the data that's being outputted by these kind of agencies. I know that in my working group, we do have some members working in that space, which I think is really crucial, because we're building this incredible kind of movement towards disaggregated data. We just need to make sure that we're doing it in a way that it speaks to each other. So I think, yeah, that's something that very much interests us at the moment.
And from my part, of course, I agree with the panelists there. But regarding the obstacles, of course, data on children on the move is multi-stakeholders issue. We have many actors. Some of them are statisticians, some of them are not. They have nothing to do with statistics or data, and you have to coordinate these things. But as we're saying in our manual, of course, that we were trying to capture all these obstacles. We have many more obstacles. First of all, the matter of resources. Statistical offices or other entities don't have the appropriate resources in order to collect in the appropriate way the data that they need. And when we're talking about resources, we don't mean only money, but also the appropriate personnel to do that work, to do that job. And that's also a matter of statistical literacy, not only regarding to the people, but also regarding to the people
Thank you, everyone. We do have an intervention online, and I think probably, Will, this would be most appropriate for you. The question is, what is the technology cost? Can it be optimized?
Sorry, say again. Maybe we could put it up on the screen. I can read it as well.
What is the technology cost? Can it be optimized?
Well, I think, sorry, a little strong. Yeah, okay. I think the role of technology, I mean, from my perspective and my kind of main focus in the technology space has been around, trying to creatively use technology to plug some of these gaps. Certainly there are huge leaps forward in, say, predictive analytics and our ability to use the scarce data that we do have to aggressively try and fill some of these spaces in kind of new ways that it can be a lot more efficient and reliable increasingly than necessarily having to do big data collection exercises. So I think when we talk about, maybe this isn't exactly the question that's being asked, but yeah, when we talk about being able to kind of optimize our work, I think that, really embracing these new methodologies to like interrogate the scarce data and get as much insight out of it as we can is a really valuable thing for us to be investing in.
Thank you. Australia, are there any questions from the room or any interventions from the room?
Yes, thank you. I'm Anne Singleton from the University of Bristol, and I'm keen to see that we get the messaging right, and all the intense effort that goes into data. We all in this room know how important that is, but is the message getting out to the external audience in the right way, to the different audiences in the right way, so that we don't overstate the importance of evidence for policy, when we heard a message earlier this week that the human being should come before the data. So the fact that we don't have data on missing children means that that should be a policy priority. Where there's a gap in data indicates there should be a policy priority. And it's very important that we collect data, but the most important thing is that the imperative of stopping children from dying during migration should be obvious, and it's a policy priority without having to spend all the effort on data collection. So I'm just concerned that the messages come out in the right way, because I see a lot of noise on Twitter about why is everyone obsessed with data. And I think we need to get a very clear message about why data are very important. Also, analysis is very important, and analysis and communicating the message of the analysis and the findings to the correct policy audiences. So it's just a message about communicating the results, not to say don't do the work, but we need to do that work, but we need to address the correct audiences in the right way.
I might just add a little something to that. I mean, absolutely, of course, agree. I do think that we are seeing an increased kind of understanding and interest in data. And I mean, what I think about is COVID, and there were so many competing models. People practically had like favorites, you know, and so I do think that literacy around this, you know, has increased in the public. And I do think there is an opportunity there to kind of actually engage with them in a slightly more rich way than it was before.
Maybe are there any other questions from the floor? There's nothing more online. Would any of the panelists want to comment on Anne's intervention? Okay, if not, then maybe I'll, Christelle, go ahead.
Thanks. Just very briefly, Petra, to say, of course, I fully agree. And maybe one of the ways that we can go about this in a sensitive manner is indeed to build on what already exists. As I was saying, again, this is not about prioritizing data collection over assistance, obviously, but really trying to use what information is already out there to guide more impactful investments again. So yeah, instead of maybe communicating on the need to get more money so we can collect more data, really communicating more carefully, perhaps, if this isn't the case already, apparently, on the fact that this information can then be crucial for resourcing, also for fundraising, actually, and for prioritizing and getting more impactful programs in place. Thanks.
Thank you. I think, Anne, your question is something that we could have an entire conference on by itself. So we're running out of time. So I thought maybe just to end, we'll go back to the panelists and ask, since you've heard what each of the other working groups are doing now, and I know you've been engaging with one another and you've all been through your separate processes, to end, maybe each one of you can give a lesson learned or a piece of advice from the process to the other working group chairs. What would be your key piece of advice to them as they also work through their own objectives of their own working groups? We can maybe go in reverse order to how we did the original one, and maybe we'll start with you, Will, and we'll work backwards.
I think Ria, rather than pass on some kind of wisdom, I just think working group 4's focus, yeah, we're really looking forward to taking the ideas that are coming out of these working groups and put them through the ringer a bit and kind of test them out and see their applicability in different contexts. So we're really excited to be kind of taking that forward. So yeah, it's been really great to kind of actually meet in person and to see the work that's being done. So yeah, we're really excited about the next year.
Okay, thank you. And then Christelle?
Thanks, Petra. Well, I mean, again, I also don't have massive pieces of wisdom to share here, but maybe what I found most useful in working with the working group was the variety of the stakeholders that took part in our initial meetings and in the presentations that we had, the knowledge sharing sessions that we organized in early 2022, and it was really useful to have inputs both from academia, but also national statistical offices and global stakeholders like IOM and others, to really just learn a little bit from those different experiences and also keep in mind those different perspectives that we all have. So, I mean, it's not really a lessons learned, but just something that I found particularly useful in our work. And like I said earlier, we just need to build that even further and expand even further the variety and the number of our members in the year to come.
Thank you. And Diego?
Thank you, Petra. I think, like Marina mentioned yesterday during the closing, she mentioned 3 words. I'm going to mention 3 points here. I think integration between the work of the various working groups is really important. Trying to avoid the temptation to work in our own separate silos and have a one-track vision is something we should try and avoid, and I think we have avoided that very much until now. So I think that's the first thing. The second one is, although the working groups have been together for a very short period, and we have shown what we have achieved so far today, consolidation of our small wins that we have achieved so far is really important. It's not something that should be undermined or underscored by any of us, and certainly we should use the achievements we have made up to this point as a means and a basis to move forward even further. And lastly, certainly that we continue to learn from other people. We continue to learn from country experiences We acknowledge the shortcomings or the challenges that some nations may have, but at the same time also acknowledge some of the successes and the innovative approaches that other nations may have had. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thanks, Diego. And finally, Apostolos.
Thank you, Petra. As the previous panelist says, this was a very fruitful period. I remember when we first started, I stressed before because we were afraid that perhaps we have cases of overlapping between our working groups. But thank God, because of the good communication, we managed to don't have that issue. What I have to say and what am I going to keep from this experience so far is that the motivation and that this work, the IDAC and this manual and the work we're doing makes us realize that we have to prioritize the issue of children, on data on children on the move, and the issue of data on children more. You see, I'm from a statistical office. We tend to have a priority in other kind of statistics, so let's say GDP and things like that. But thanks to that, thanks to IDAC, I have to say, it was easier for us to communicate, to have a better understanding, the statistical family with all the data providers and the academia, in order to have better data and make them understand our obstacles. And they were also able to give us and explain to us their needs, the user's needs. That's why that's what I'm going to keep from this work. Thank you.
Thank you, Apostolos, for those final words. And I'd like to thank all the panelists for sharing their experiences. And it's been really great to learn about all the excellent work that you're doing. I'm looking forward to following the developments, participating in the working groups myself as well. And I think all that remains is to thank you all, to thank the audience, and I'll hand over to Australia for the next session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Petra, and thank you, dear panelists. So now our last session, final session, 50 minutes. I'd like to invite Natalia, Lamia, and Maria Isabel to join me at the panel, and also Marina, please feel free to join us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, it keeps repeating. We're ready to begin, dear Zoom team. Thank you very much for turning off the video. So good afternoon again, dear colleagues. The session this is the last session entitled On the Horizon, Strengthening the IDAC Approach to Close the Data and Knowledge Gaps on Children on the Move. For those who do not know me, I am Estrella Lahom, so I coordinate the Alliance. I was privileged to join UNICEF in February 2021, and since then I have been supporting the UNICEF IDAC team in New York. Earlier in the day, you met my immediate supervisor, Dan Zenyu, who was one of the brains behind the establishment of this alliance. And in the last 2 years, I've had the privilege of meeting a lot of you, running a meeting and getting to know other partners who have been trying to make improvement on migration and displacement statistics. It has been a very enriching road, but also challenging. And I think the last 3-4 days that we have been here in IFMS and in this IDAC conference, we have heard a lot of those challenges, but also possible solutions and encouraging feedback. So this session, we will try to reflect on how we can consider how we can best position this alliance that includes you, all stakeholders from governments, international organizations, civil society, and most recently the youth. Of course, we also have the academics and the think tanks to facilitate concrete, lasting improvements in the collection, analysis, sharing, and use, and communication of data that we produce to protect and empower migrant and displaced children. The migration and displacement policy contexts are very wide and also challenging, and we need to bring in all the expertise available out there and the information available out there together. And I hope that the IDAC platform can be used for that purpose. So this session also, we'd like to hear from relevant partners. And I have here at the panel 3 key agencies or processes working at the regional and country level. The expert group on refugees, internationally displaced persons, and statelessness statistics, IGRIS. The expert group on migration statistics, and of course, IOM. You have received a copy of the speakers' bios. I will not dwell a lot, but we have great women, 5. This is a very powerful all-female panel. And Maria Isabel, Natalia, Lamia, and Marina, we'd like to hear from you how we can leverage the existing processes and initiatives that your respective organizations are doing to sharpen the focus on child-specific data needs and gaps. So for all of us, before I call on them, some questions to reflect on. What are the tangible steps we can take forward after Santiago to move this work and overcome the challenges that we have heard in the last few days at the political, technical, and substantive, and even systemic and structural levels? What are some of examples of good practices and lessons learned that can help and inspire and guide our future work plan? As we heard, there's a lot of data out there, but they're not good enough to provide insights on the real situation and numbers of children. There's also a lot of initiatives out there, but how do we mine these initiatives and these rich experiences? And I must stress here the word bottoms-up approach. I think Diego referred to that. We need to build on the grounded experience, actual experiences, but we need to consolidate this. And there must be a way of doing that through sharing of experiences, peer learning, and co-creating solutions. And how can we improve and build on our engagement with children and the youth and integrate their perspectives into existing work? And I thank again Alicia and Alankrita for joining us today, and actually also last Wednesday at the parallel session for providing us with some concrete recommendations in this regard. And we will try to follow up because now we have the global pledge. And how can we better support governments in strengthening national data systems? We heard 4 specific work streams led by our very able working group chairs. These are the vehicles by which we can really translate promises into action by developing the standards, interpreting whatever available data is there, coming out with better definitions and guidelines about different aspects of data collection, analysis, sharing, and use. And how do we bring in more country perspectives? This is a voluntary process, and that's one of, I'd say, one of the challenges, because voluntary means it depends on the availability of governance, of the focal points, of the international organizations and their interests. We want this to be a state strong process where it's not a top-down approach from the UN and on those who are shaping policies, but it's the governments themselves feeding feeding into the alliance, the actual challenges that they face on the ground that will define the work that we want to achieve in the next this year and in the coming years. So the challenges we face demand multi-stakeholder response because children's issues are transversal. We're talking about health, we're talking about education, child protection, and all these things. So which concrete actions can we take? The global pledge that we introduced this morning provides a menu of options for governments and other policymakers. So we look into that as perhaps a departure point and see what can we do. And of course, we want to build on existing initiatives and processes and not create parallel work streams. So to help us reflect on these questions, I'd like to now begin asking the questions to our panel members. First, Lamia, perspective of Egypt. Egypt and CAPMAS in particular as a member of the Alliance since it was established in March 2020. And Egypt also was host of actually the second IFMS, or International Forum on Migration. How can IDAC add value in your view for your country's efforts to improve your data systems so that you can support the needs of children, particularly in migration and displacement countries?
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Lamia Mohsen Mohammed Gibali. I am researcher in Migration Unit at Center Agency for Public Mobilization and Statistics. I am very happy to participate in both events, IFMS and IDAC conference. This is the first opportunity to meet colleague IDAC. Me and my friend Heba Ahmed Said to attend all meeting online. This is the first time to meet you. Now I respond to your question. Egypt honor hosting the second IFMS in January 2020, organized by Ministry of Foreign Affairs, CAPMAS, IOM, United Nations Commission and the Social Council, representative of a statistic agency and international organization from 19 countries participate. Each IFM building new elements, the discussion and our common search for solution to data gap on migration. Among the key outcome of our hosting for Egypt were 3 study focused on monitoring migration indicator in the context of the 2013 Sustainable Development Goals. The characteristics of a migrant and non-migrant according to the standard of living the Egyptian family. Internal migration between the urban and rural government of Egypt since 2017. Our IFMS hosting has improved the way we understand and address the issues about migrants at national and sub-national level. We recognize that migrants cannot be left behind if we were to deliver the 2013 agenda. But there are a certain group of migrant population, particularly children on the move, who need more of attention. I like the meeting, like the marketing children. We must not force them. We must make any etc. offered to connect them as we design our policy and progress. And the next IFMS you should be follow up to many methodology and many and the framework to include this issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lamia. That's great to hear that the hosting of the IFMS, for example, has directly impacted your life and your work in CAPMAS. And thank you very much for being so involved in IDAC. And I believe that you have also done concrete initiatives in the on the CAPMAS level to improve the statistics of this migrant children. So maybe you can share with us more about that later. Okay. Now I turn to Natalia. Yeah, Natalia, IGRIS, you have been a coordinator of the IGRIS for the last, can't remember now, but IGRIS 2 years now. Yeah, and IGRIS has been one of the, the vision board for the Alliance side. You are well entrenched. You have gone exponentially well entrenched in the global and regional statistical processes, and you have established the frameworks for the frameworks now. How do you can you impart lessons learned in engaging with governments and other stakeholders? And how can we work with the IGRIS membership, for example, in order to improve the child-specific statistics and data? And how can we build on those existing frameworks that you have developed and already adopted by member states to apply the child-specific lens in ongoing capacity building efforts? Thank you.
Thank you, Estrella, for the invitation. Like Lamia, this is my first IDAC meeting, so I'm very in person or online. So I'm very happy to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I am, as Estrella mentioned, heading the secretariat of the expert group on refugee, IDP, and statelessness statistics, which many of you are part of, so I don't need to introduce necessarily this group. But I say that because the reflections that I've prepared to share with you for these important questions are, yes, of course, some of my personal observations, but we work in the secretariat to listen and talk to our members a lot. So it's also, I'm trying to also kind of channel some of the observations that we've heard from many of our members. And EGRIS members are, there are many. We have 55 countries who are currently members of EGRIS. And also 35 different regional and international organizations. Of course, much overlap with the IDAC membership, as I was briefly looking through the report on the desk. So the points I've kind of prepared to share is also channeling the opinions and reflections and lessons that I repeatedly hear, we repeatedly hear in the secretariat from many of our members. And I would say they're also inspired by the discussions in the last 3 days of the IFMS. Not my first IFMS. I was joined in Paris. Unfortunately, I missed the Cairo event. But I'm also motivated by the discussions these last few days of the IFMS. And for me, my key takeaway is that forced displacement, data on refugees, data on internally displaced persons was a central part of the conversation. Almost every session I stayed at, almost every session I popped into, it was mentioned indirectly or directly. And that was not the case in Paris. And that was, I don't know personally, I wasn't in Cairo, but I understand from what I've read and discussing with people, it wasn't necessarily quite the case in Cairo. So for me, this is a really, since I'm focusing on forced displacement primarily, this was a very, very apparent from the conversations these past few days, which is really motivating. So to your questions, lessons learned and building on the comments from Lamia, I wanted to share a few. Unsurprisingly, I'm going to start off by talking about statistical standards and how they can be useful. This has been mentioned several times already today and over the past few days, so I don't want to dwell on it, but I just merely wanted to underline it. I can't take the panel and not mention the international recommendations that our group has contributed to developing. They lead to better definitions. They provide definitions, common definitions that countries and organizations can make use of to help define the populations that we're talking about. It's not always easy to distinguish between these different population groups. In practice, it's done very differently in different parts of the world, in different countries, even within different countries, different stakeholders are defining these populations differently. And I think sometimes when we're at these global meetings, we can sometimes forget the very real challenges and very often confusing situations there are in many the contexts we're focused on. So better definitions are provided by statistical standards. They're agreed upon, and we should really make use of them. But I think my point here is not so much about the definitions, it's also about how useful the standards are in other ways, right? They also go into recommended indicators. We were hearing Diego's presentation earlier on the work of indicators. They also go into recommendations around how to disaggregate those integrators or how to prioritize that disaggregation. They look at how to use data sources, steps to improve coordination, data protection, a whole range of different things. And sometimes statistical recommendations are, I would say, reduced to the definitional aspect, but there's a lot more guidance there and advocate for you to make use of them. Let's not reinvent the wheel, let's build on what exists, is my point. From our members, we hear also that beyond the technical guidance that recommendations can provide, they've also presented a really, and this is a first lesson learned to share, they've also proved to be an extremely useful advocacy tool, right? To advocate internally within national statistical offices or between national statistical offices and other national agencies, that there is a role for the NSO to play in producing refugee statistics, right? That there is a role for the NSO to play in coordinating statistics on internal displacement. And the feedback we've had from country members has been they've actually been technically useful, but also the softer impact of the recommendations, if that's the appropriate word to use, that they've been this advocacy tool for individuals and institutions to make use of at country level. Secondly, context-driven approaches is something else I wanted to highlight. And I think today there's been a lot of conversation about disaggregation, but I like to disaggregate the concepts of disaggregation and inclusion. Why do I highlight that? When we're focusing, perhaps in the context of migration data and in, data-rich environments, we can talk about disaggregation. But sometimes the problems are even more fundamental than that. When we are, and I'm obviously my focus is clear, I think to many, is focused on refugees and internally displaced persons. When we're talking about data on these populations, in some contexts, we're talking about inclusion, we're talking about identification questions in your census, we're talking about targeted sampling strategies for your surveys, we're talking about data that wouldn't exist unless you adapt your data collection tools, right? In other contexts, you might be talking about disaggregating data that already exists, right? And here you get into, of course, challenges around access to that data, challenges around quality of that data, etc. But it's there. Right? And the disaggregation conversation isn't so much about how do we collect disaggregated data, it's about how do we follow through to the end of the process, because in many contexts that data is there, but it doesn't end up in your key results. It might not be the most interesting, controversial, new finding. And so it's something else that's highlighted in the final reports of the key analysis. So how do we look at that disaggregation, through the data life cycle? And I've heard a lot about kind of data collection and indicators. I haven't heard so much about analysis, reporting, dissemination. So I would kind of encourage us to think more about that end, because here we are in Latin America, extremely data-rich region in terms of the administrative systems that countries are managing. So many of you who had joined the presentations, I think yesterday, we heard from from several different contexts about the very rich data they have on education in different contexts. So let's disaggregate the conversation between disaggregation and inclusion. It's not always the same thing. Another lesson I wanted to highlight was around data ethics, and within that, data protection and data sharing. And I'm not an expert on this topic. I understand its importance, but the aspect that I wanted to highlight of this is actually data protection can lead to better data sharing. And of course, that then has subsequent benefits, reducing duplicated efforts, reducing burden on data subjects, in this case, reducing the burden on children of collecting all this data from them and about them. Partnerships is another thing that I wanted to highlight, and it's as a huge lesson from the work that we've been doing with countries. I'm speaking here about partnerships at the national level primarily. One of the challenges that we hear from countries who have made efforts to improve their data on refugees and IDPs, everything went well until they actually went to the field to collect the data, and suddenly the people don't want to talk to them, right? or even worse, you can't access the areas where we know or where we think these people are residing. Partnerships is the solution to accessing these communities. Partnerships with partners you may not regularly partner with, right? With civil society organizations, going beyond the UN, but going to much more the local level. It's critical to access the data on these populations. And I don't personally focus so much on the area of data on children, but I can imagine even more so, even harder to do so. So this can really lead to big changes. It's also about sharing that expertise, and partnerships is really about sharing expertise. And there's been a couple of examples that I've heard through this forum. I think the other day we were hearing about South Africa's Migration and Urbanization Forum, which brings a lot of different experts and perspectives on the conversations around data on these populations in a specific context. I was recently discussing with Armstat, the statistical office in Armenia, who are in the middle of, they've collected the data for their census, they're in the middle of the process. And here was a really interesting coordination approach where they had, where they have an established council, a national council for guidance and decisions around the implementation of their census, which didn't necessarily include expertise on forced displacement. So a separate roundtable was established as a collaboration between Armstat and UNHCR's office in the country to actually bring actors together on that specific topic and feed directly into the dialogue of that council, who decided on the methodology, who decided on the questionnaire, who are no doubt still continuing engaging in the analysis process also. We heard from UBOS earlier, Helen Online. That's another really good example where the National Statistical Office is actually part of the refugee coordination mechanism in the country. The NSO is a member of the refugee response platform. I can't say that enough. It doesn't happen very often. So it's a very good example. They can learn from that, but they can also inform that with the data that is produced. And Kenya is another example the other way around, where the Refugees Affairs Secretariat is taking part in the technical working group of their annual economic survey. I forget its specific name. Again, a new change, right? So the data owner in the government is taking part in conversations around looking at the economic situation of different groups in the country. Right? And this is also leading to a lot more opportunities to understand how national budgets can be allocated to national refugee policies in response. So partnership, but finding the right mechanism for that partnership and the right partners for those partnership. Again, it's going to be by context that we find how to do that. Child-focused organizations, find those right entry points. It's going to be a different shape in different contexts, but that's my lesson for you here. And then I think quickly, two last ones. One is a phased approach. And here I'm thinking of the example from Mexico that I recently learned about. I'm not sure if our colleague from Mexico is still here. But we can't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, right? You can't want to implement everything perfectly, and if you can't, you just give up. A phased approach is extremely important, and Mexico is a really, interesting example of that when it comes to their work on internal displacement statistics. They have, engaged in efforts to learn from other countries in the region, as what they have done with the collaboration with Colombia. Supported by the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center. They've conducted a survey at a subnational level in a heavily displacement affected region, a non-representative survey, but making use of the recommendations on internal displacement. Now the NSO, and when you speak to colleagues in INEGI, they're quoting at me the recommendations. There's been such a capacity development process to really understand internal displacement and how we can best shape data on these populations. And this non-representative subnational survey is now spurring conversations about how do we nationalize this, right? And that is what's going on now as a intergovernmental interagency in terms of national agency conversation, led of course by SEGOB in Mexico. And then lastly, and I don't need to elaborate on this because we've heard a lot about it, but I can't take the floor without saying it, but the regional approach and cross-regional cooperation is really important. It's important not only for experience sharing. I think countries inspire countries much more than any guidance documents or any request for reported data or the like, right? And I've seen that in practice. It's hard to measure, but when you see it happening, you're like, okay, why did you do that? Well, we heard these guys doing something similar. So countries inspire countries to initiate processes, countries inspire countries to find solutions to common challenges, and countries, help build those network of practitioners, outside of their own immediate context can be extremely important. Not only to address the kind of in terms of technical inspiration, if you like, but often it's at the regional level that political will can be supported and generated. And I think we've heard several times today, but also over the past few days, that this all really relies on the willingness to address it, right? The challenges are not technical ones. The challenges and the roadblocks are more often than not political ones. So how can we find ways to address that using data, but also using other mechanisms? And the experience we've had is that kind of regional consensus building and regional dialogue around these issues has been extremely helpful and impacts the national level very, very concretely. So sorry if I took up a bit too much time, but those are the thoughts I had.
Thank you, Natalia. Those are really, really important elements. And I mean, the richness of your intervention only shows how much progress you have made in the last five years as IGRIS. And therefore, as IDAC, our concrete next step is to continue the conversation, like how can we learn from those specific interventions and outreach that you have made at the country level, at the regional level, and then in terms of also enriching the already existing partnerships within the IDAC members and between IDAC and IGRIS. Okay, so and then we'll follow up on that. And now I turn to Maria Isabel from the UN Statistics Division. And first, congratulations for the successful IFNS. I know how much hard work was put into that with your team, Anna, and of course, Francesca and others. From your vantage point as an IDAC member also, and Secretariat of the Expert Group on Migration Statistics, can you comment on the strength of the IDAC, its added value from your perspective, and what are the areas for improvement?
Thank you, Stella, for the question, for inviting UNSD to be here at the closing panel. Let me get back you with congratulations as well for IDAC's work so far. Just in the session previous to this one, it was really amazing to see how much work the working groups are doing. There are already results and progress, and even working group is eager to take the outputs of the other ones to go on. So that was really inspiring. In terms of added value, I think I can think of several, but for starters, the power of convening and bringing together different actors with different voices, different focuses, coming together to strengthen and giving light into the gaps that we have in terms of data on children on the move in general, and in particular migrant and migration. But I would like to highlight in terms of added value, the briefs that IDAC has produced so far. In my view, they are doing a great job in making visible the key messages. And really bringing them to diverse communities. I think from our side at UNSD, we have a lot to learn from you in that sense, how the messages that could be complex enough, the briefings are really reaching out to other communities. I think that is one of the greatest strengths of IDAC, and I commend you for that. Of course, UNSD shares IDAC's objective for producing reliable disability statistics to monitor and support countries in the implementation of the 2030 agenda and the GCM. And of course, as you may know, the expert group that I'm serving as secretary, the expert group of the UN on migration statistics, leads the efforts of the global statistical community to improve the quality and the availability of data on migration, on migrants, including children, by developing statistical standards. We cannot emphasize enough the importance of having a common language, a common base, to be able to go forward at global, but particularly at national level. We know that still data on migration and migrants is not available enough. There's a lot of scarcity, even for basic disaggregation by sex and age. So there's a lot to be done. I think I can stop there, and maybe we can
follow-up question.
Yes,
Isabel, thank you very much. How can we connect, in your point of view, how can we connect what we are already doing? Just to clarify, the two briefs that are mentioned, one is focusing on terminologies and two is on data sources. And as Natalia underlined earlier, the context is very specific. So what we'd like is to present this and to countries, and for this to be shared, and we'd like to get your feedback. These are the products that we have developed by looking at the existing frameworks from IGRIS, from IGMIS, from the 2030 agenda, from UNICEF's also child protection frameworks. So the relevant frameworks that exist, and then we try to identify the different subgroups of population, of children on the move. What do we mean when we talk about unaccompanied minors or separated children or migrant children or second generation refugees or related populations on the move that are child specific and in migration and displacement context. So more to that, but how can we connect that in terms of the agenda of the expert group on migration statistics and also the wider agenda of the STAT Commission?
Yeah, well, collaboration between UNSD and UNICEF is not something new. We have been collaborating for many years. Maybe the most recent example is the IDEA project, where we went together with both teams to Jordan and Thailand, trying to strengthen the national capacities and infrastructure for producing statistics on migration, migrants, including children. So that was before IDAC, right? So now that we have IDAC, that there's been already 3 years in existence, we have all sorts of ideas to further initiatives to promote our statistical standards that have been already endorsed by the Commission. The new conceptual framework with statistical definitions. I think it's important for us to go to countries together with the same voice and work, not bringing any confusion to countries. Countries they have also already expressed to us in the Statistical Commission, please organize yourselves. Yes. And when you are ready to come, please come, and we'll be happy to work with the UN community. So that I think that's a great opportunity for us to work together.
Thank you, Maria Isabel. So concrete we will coordinate between and among ourselves. Thank you for mentioning the ideas framework. That framework was also developed with the UNHCR, I believe. And yes, this was before IDAC, but it's part of the initiatives that we would like to really roll out, depending on the resources availability, so that we can really start with the basic, which is to map out who are the relevant agencies or ministries who are that are involved in national data systems, not just the NSOs, but also other relevant administrative bodies who are concerned with child protection issues and overall sustainable development issues for children. So that, thank you for that. I would like to ask also Marina, who does not need introduction. She has been the face of one of the big faces of IOFMS in recent days. From your vantage point, more, how do we take forward, Marina, given the work that's happening in the level of the Global Compact for Migration and also in the framework of the Migration Network, which is coordinated by IOM? How do you see the entry point or additional ways where IDAC can add value and where we can make sure that child-specific considerations are not forgotten? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Estrella colleagues. I guess I'm kind of last speaker on this panel, and I am seeing at the time and everybody is very tired, and I see the energy level in this group is really, really low. That's why I think, and again, as I mentioned already at the forum, it's good to come at the end. So I was listening to the statements, Natalia's bringing concrete examples on initiatives. I liked very much Anne's statement about not getting lost into very comprehensive documents and lists, but really be able to prioritize. So we do have comprehensive lists, multiple lists of indicators. We are preparing more new lists of indicators. We have multiple guidelines. We have a menu, which is very good. I believe IDAC also created other tools. My colleague also shared some methodologies of assessing in the countries. I think we have enough of materials and guidelines. So I think what is critical moving forward is really to start concretely identifying concrete examples. Really, and again, going back to our colleague, our young participants here, so that we are not overwhelming ourselves with processes, but really maybe zoom into 1, 2, 3 concrete examples of experience. What we refer to as promising practices. It's never perfect. We can never do things together. So yes, alignment with processes is crucial, but I think I'm still missing a little bit of this very tangible list or examples where we can say, yes, we've done this, and that's how the life of children in this country, in this location has improved. So I think if we focus our attention to that moving forward, and again, that I'm just like saying whatever already has been shared. And again, this is because IOM, our organization, is an operational field-based organization. Yes, I represent global team, but please think about IOM as an organization which is present in almost all countries of the world, in many in the 9 regions. So what we can do better is to connect our field colleagues, so and really create that vertical link, and then really start zooming to a specific country context. You spoke about Armenia. We've done a lot of work in Armenia. I personally traveled myself there and provided a lot of support to the government on data management. I think clustering, I think that's what Diego also spoke about, is like focusing on small steps, but really zooming, clustering, and not being overambitious, clustering across working groups. So from my end, what I'm going to do, going from the conference is, I think, where is William? On the innovation group, that's something concretely I would like to put him and the work with the work stream that we also have within the organization in terms of innovation. I think Save the Children has a lot of expertise, which we can really build upon and really enrich ourselves by creating this collaboration. I think another thing what definitely we'll be doing is the list of indicators that the working group has come up with. Diego presented it. So as we start developing another 10th list of indicators for paragraph 70, so I think it's important that we put that on the table, and this is what we need to make sure. The list of indicators that you shared, Diego, I think it was good, but again, it's multiple. What are the priorities? What is the quick win that we need to focus in? If it's missing migrants initiative, which I understand there was a suggestion, and disaggregate that by age, that's something what we can do quickly. So what are these quick wins that we can really show, and who are the partners with whom we can work really on securing those quick wins? From the global compact for migration, all these multiple things, what can we do? You know, we have also, my team is supporting the UN Network for Migration Hub. Not many know, but it's really colleagues sitting in Berlin who are really facilitating the hub, which is supposed to be a platform for sharing information, but also good practices, networking. So happy to initiate a discussion there if needs be or whatnot. So again, it's my team who is there behind, and we stand ready to create those connections. In terms of affiliation between IDAC processes and discussions with the GCM, I did have a quick exchange with the coordinator of the UN Network for Migration, Jonathan, in terms of how we can do it, because we have now a working group on follow-up to indicator 70, paragraph 70, which is supposed to develop this list of indicators. Very complicated process, but IDAC as a alliance cannot become a member of the working group, but we as an organization, I am co-chairing the work on this development of this list, can represent IDAC. So again, that could be something that we can commit to, making sure that whatever we are referring to here is going to be reflected. And it's the same colleague, Irena, who is supporting IDAC from our end, who is also involved directly in the paragraph 70 follow-up. So again, creating those connections so that we're not getting lost and not developing yet a new process or a new approach. Yes, but I think please, countries, follow up to us directly. We can put you in touch with the country offices, and we can explain to our colleagues, you know, what it means. And with some of you, we started discussing some sort of new data collections. And again, in some countries, we are asked to help set up some sort of IT platforms, collating different data sources in specific contexts. That would be the case where we can start looking into this age. How are we envisaging this? So, but that's a very tangible step, but not just doing that, but also bringing back to the discussions within the IDAC, so that again, we are enriching ourselves by sharing those examples. I think we are ripe for that now. So looking forward to staying in touch and collaborating further over.
Thank you very much, Marina. Yes, indeed, our challenge, one of the challenges now is the time. And I'm looking across the room if there are any questions you'd like to ask our panelists or suggestions to make as well. This is a forward-looking session. What can we do better from your perspective, from your experiences? And I don't see any hands up. Alankita, yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much for all of those reflection points. And another reflection I'd like to add from, all the sessions we've had this week is that one idea that comes to mind is that when we're defining these indicators, perhaps it might be beneficial to map them to the form of data collection or the form of survey collection as well. And that's because one of the points that's come up is, what happens when a pandemic comes, right? What happens if a country is facing disasters or war? How can we ensure that data is still going to be collected? And one of the solutions that has come up is, for example, digitization, right? How can we get data through online forms and things of that sort? But one of the limitations of that is not every community will have access or capacity to participate digitally, especially in rural communities or in communities where the network might not be as strong or it might not be available in that region. So how can we map indicators to the form of data that will be collected or the surveying type, so that as we do comparisons, they are accurate and they're also reflecting the circumstances of the regions. And this can also help us identify, thematic areas and trends in, countries who are facing similar types of, disasters or similar types of conflicts, and, making suggestions based off of that. So that's just one point I wanted to raise as well.
Thank you once again. Very concrete suggestion from the youth partners. Thank you, Lankrita. Would you like to add, Marina? Okay, no, I see the phones. Oh, yes, Lamia, please. Over to you.
Would you like talking fasting about progress and the future step in collecting data in my country about children and the move? Two step to preparing data, because we don't have any data about those children in Egypt until now. We attended to meeting for IDAC, a great impact in Egypt. The first step, through the International Migration Survey 2023, the second time in Egypt carried out, we add a set a question within the survey questionnaire covering of direct and indirect sustainable development goals indicator related to migration, as well as the the Global Compact for Migration. The survey includes an update questionnaire for refugees in Egypt, and the sample is taken from database of HCR. Also add a set question about unaccompanied children during migration, and include the reason for their separation. It gives an overview of characteristics of their children and their families. We are planning to carry out the study on the causes of illegal migration. It has a chapter in unaccompanied children during migration. This chapter includes reason for legal migration of children, and description to migration experience, and the risk he faced during his migration. So we find the IDAC guidelines is very useful, because it proved more experience and expected to countries on indicators related to children on the move. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you again, Lamia, for that reflection and sharing. So I think that speaks to already Apostolos' invitation earlier. Please tell us about your country initiative. So that's one additional to the manual, Apostolos. And we'd like to collect those kinds also of more national experiences and policy initiatives. I think the last few days has really have really highlighted many policy ideas and ideas for practical action. So again, one final survey across the room. Are there any questions? Yes, Natalia.
No, I didn't answer the question in terms of concrete ways of collaboration. So I wanted to make sure to answer that. And I will ask you lots of questions about that survey privately afterwards. Three things from EGRIS, and one very immediate. The other perhaps as an upcoming priority, and the third looking forward to the future, where I see opportunities for IDAC and EGRIS to work together, or I should say for EGRIS to benefit from IDAC's expertise and interest area. The most immediate ones is we have just revised our compilers manual, which is, I know, more guidelines, but it's, let's say, an existing one rather than a new one. It's been completely revised to focus on a use case. So it's step-by-step how to include refugees in your census, step-by-step how to include IDPs in your surveys, etc. That's going out this week, next week, for review through all our EGRIS members. So I would encourage, those of you who will receive that, to review it and to have a look at it from the child sensitive lens that you have. Secondly, our regional cooperation with colleagues in IGAD, in ECOWAS, in SICA, and hopefully now expanding through the collaboration with Statafrique and Statistics Sweden with other regional economic commissions in Africa. This is work conducted by our subgroup on capacity development. There's a huge amount of momentum there at the moment. There's new funding coming in through some of our partners. It's branching out to other regions within Africa, but we're also exploring now through other partnerships in the Middle East and hopefully beyond. So engage in that subgroup. If you're interested and if you've got capacity to engage in capacity development, engage there. It would be welcome. All of our work is driven by the interest, capacities, needs of our partners. We don't drive it from the top. Upcoming would be the international recommendations on statelessness statistics. I know not all stateless persons are migrants. I know not all stateless persons are displaced, but some are, a good number are. And the migrant stateless children are probably, I would guess, one of the most vulnerable categories of people in the world. We have the international recommendations on statelessness statistics that will be up for decision at this year's Statistical Commission. We hope it will go through. We are feeling positive about it. After that, we need to have a good and serious think and discussion about implementation. And so engaging in that conversation, again, with your child-sensitive, child-focused lens, I think would be really welcome. It's going to be hugely challenging, and it's going to be a key priority for us moving forward if, of course, they are endorsed to the Commission in March. And then the third thing would be looking way forward. Our current mandate in EGRIS is taking us to 2024. If there's a decision to extend the expert group beyond that, both Maria with the expert group on migration statistics, but also with IDAC and many others, we can also think in that sense how to kind of formalize perhaps the synergies between our groups. One key element that we'll be doing as part of a subsequent mandate, if it is extended, will definitely be to consolidate all of the country practice that there has been, all of the learning that there has been, and update the recommendations. We're already seeing that there are problems with the recommendations as they are. We're already hearing this from countries, but we need to kind of consolidate that. So perhaps something that IDAC can do in preparation for that future update would be actually to kind of consolidate what changes would you like to see in the recommendations, what's not there that needs to be there from your members' country experience. That would be really helpful and hopefully a concrete suggestion. Thanks.
Very concrete indeed, Natalia. Thank you very much. And I will follow up definitely. And you mentioned the UN Stat Commission. The IDAC also will have organized a side event at the UN Stat Commission. We were notified this week by the Secretariat, so please watch out for our announcement to that effect. It will be March 3, I believe, in person, or we will try to facilitate hybrid side event. But for those who are already going to New York, please block off your calendar. You will hear about our invitation. Another upcoming event for the IDAC is a joint side event at the World Data Forum in April in China, in Hangzhou, in China. So I just want to check whether Danzen is online. She would like to come in before we close. We really have to close soon, wrap up soon. Thank you very much. If there are no other comments, Laila, Danzen, Laila would like to speak first.
Thank you very much. What I want to add, before starting working on the surveys and to have good results, we have to focus on the definition and concept. Because if I take the example of Africa, at national level, we have different definition. on the, for example, for even for the age of the child. Some countries 0-15, 0-16 for official definition, for example, for the age, it's specified at the continental level 0-18, but it's not adopted by the different countries. We worked on the, we organized many meetings with the National Statistical Office, and we realized that there is many different definitions. It means that we will not calculate this indicator based on the harmonized and quality data. Even for the children on the move. I think many statisticians doesn't master this definition or the concepts to be calculated and to be included in the surveys. It means that we have to work IDAC and for example for the African context, Stat Afrique, because it's in charge for the harmonization of the definition and concept at the at continental level. We start to advocate the policymakers on this issue of children on the move, and work with the statistician or the technician to improve their capacity to produce this data, the needed data. Also, even work on the civil registration issue, because migrants cannot access easily to be registered. If they are not registered, we cannot get this data easily. This, I think, the main issue that I wanted to add on what it's raised. Thank you.
Excellent intervention, Laila. Thank you very much. And we have governments in the room, and that's good for them to hear. You know, as bodies that try to coordinate the work on the ground, what are the challenges that we encounter? And now we have these two briefs. I want to give that to you and say, please, can you comment on this based on the feedback that you have received from the African Union countries? Okay, so we have a concrete follow-up as well after this. And now I turn over the floor to Danzen, please, Danzen.
Thank you, Estrella. Yeah, I enjoyed this conversation so much. Really, so many good ideas, suggestions. We needed to, digest a lot and go back, to adjust our agenda and develop concrete examples, plans, as Maria pointed out. First, on behalf of the IDAC Secretariat, I would like to thank all of the panelists, moderators, and the participants for excellent presentations and also thought-provoking discussions. And thanks to all IDAC members for your great contribution in the past 3 years. As Estrella mentioned, this is a voluntary process, and it is not possible to achieve so much without your strong commitment. And really special thanks to Estrella who put the conference together. Without her, it is really not possible at all to have this event. Also thanks to Rose, who is also in the room and has been providing support to Estrella for this conference and also relevant IDAC work. Thanks to interpreters, our ECLAC colleagues, and also even SD colleagues for administrative and logistic support. And there are many other colleagues, I won't mention all of them, but thank you all for providing support to the IDAC work and relevant activities, projects. So today we have heard a lot about data gaps, the need to fill data gaps, but also more importantly, good practices and solutions, how we can really rely on those existing project experience and platforms, join forces and to really generate better data, analyze more data, sufficiently use the existing data, and share and use data. That is still a difficult task, for us to do all together. And we heard a lot today on the need for standardization, for integration, prioritization, youth engagement, and the empowerment. We also highlighted the innovation, partnership, coordination, regional cooperation, etc., etc. Those are all very good suggestions and feedback. We have taken notes. And as I said, we're really building on this feedback to look for further collaboration with partners, with you in the room or online, with your organization and the other partners as well. So substantial amount of work still lies ahead, and our ultimate goal is to uphold the children's rights to survive and thrive, to leave no child behind in policymaking programming. And the better data can contribute to achieving this goal. We welcome new members to join IDAC, and I would like to urge countries and partners to sign the global pledge. I think Christophe from OECD already, pledged it in the morning. So let's join forces to leave no child behind, and we will reach out to you for further collaboration. And thank you all. And have a good trip back for those participants in Chile.
Thank you, Danzen. Thank you all. For everyone who has stayed in the room, we have our youth partners who have witnessed your commitment, even on the last day, very tiring and strenuous week, but we are here around the common cause, and that is how to improve data for children on the move. So thank you very much. Please get in touch. You have our contact details. We will be in touch soon, sooner than maybe you'd like. Thank you all.